Hi. We're here. What's up, gamers? So, normally when I do hand cam streams, I like to make my nails look nice. However, this is my cutting mat, by the way. My cutting mat. However, we're going to be breaking immersion a little bit because it is hard to work on delicate crafts and foam with long pointy nails because you can damage your materials. So I've got little baby hands today. Hello. What's up? So my baby hands are gonna be showing you how to make stuff. Yeah, this is my cutting mat. It's seen some damage already. But that's perfect for this because we're going to be cutting and gluing and all kinds of stuff. So, if you remember, I have talked about my shoes for Nihlister for a long time. So, why don't we bring up a reference photo? Boop! There we go. These are Nihlister's feetsies. These are her shoes. So, to work around this, I decided to get heels that have a clear wedge to them. Now, for those of you guys who are like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, this is what they look like. So, it's a heel with a clear wedge. And that is going to provide the illusion of having robot feet. Because if I were to have a shoe with a skinny heel and trying to build this little blade piece of the heel, because her heels are just like, it's like dragon claws, right? She's a dragon. She's a mech dragon. So instead of trying to encase a skinny little heel in armor and having this all open, a tiny skinny heel is very unstable. But when you have the entire bottom of a wedge to kind of support your foot on, it's less likely that you're going to eat shit when you're walking. So I had originally ordered shoes that were similar to this. Yeah, probably like 6 months ago now. And they were stuck in Miami for several months. And then the seller ghosted me, and I was like, well, they were probably just lost in shipping. And I decided to just eat the cost. I'm probably going to try to do a dispute with those to at least get some money back, hopefully. But I did order a second pair, which are these. It has more of a platform than I would have liked it to have because I wanted the heel to be this tall, right? That seems accurate to her shoes. But because of the platform, this adds like a good 2 inches. However, I did try these on and I feel so tall and so fucking powerful with these shoes on. I'm going to be so tall and intimidating, and that makes me feel cool. But because this is much taller than I originally expected it to be, I had to go back to Mama and Papa Wolf's house because they have a printer. I don't have a printer at this house here with my housemates. So I had to run back there, turn on my dad's PC, boot up Adobe Illustrator, and resize the blueprints that I had made. And so I have a bunch of scaled up versions. Let me show you guys. So I have patterns of the feet. Here we have the toe. This is the ankle part, right? And then this is the heel. You kind of see that? So, let me move these up a little. Because the heel was originally going to be this tall, right? This would have worked. But because the heel is this tall, we kind of need to resize our patterns a little bit. I don't normally wear heels like on the daily basis or like to any of my past jobs or anything. I only wear heels for cosplay. Only had to resize the shoes. Yeah, just the shoes, just the shoes. And also maybe some of the leg pieces. Definitely this piece because this is half of this. And this is a little small. It kind of like extends out a little bit further. I might keep these the same size, maybe a tiny bit bigger, just because these are kind of gonna stick off the side like that. But you guys can kind of get a better visual for how I'm going to be assembling the armor pieces on this shoe. So normally when you make shoe armor for cosplay, what you want to do is cover your entire shoe in cling film, saran wrap, plastic wrap, whatever you want to call it, and then cover that in duct tape. Once it's covered in duct tape, you can take a Sharpie and draw on the pattern of the armor and then cut off the duct tape. And because you had the cling film underneath it, the duct tape won't peel off the paint or parts of your shoe. It'll protect your shoe. And then you have a duct tape pattern that's cut out in the shapes you need it to be. So you can just take the duct tape pattern, trace it on your foam, glue it together, boom, you have armor on your shoe. This is a unique situation because I can't just do that because we are making a non-human foot onto a human foot. So we're just going to be taking separate pieces like this and scaling it to fit the foot. So, just for the sake of this, I'm going to crop to just one shoe for now. Just because both of them are kind of far apart and it's kind of hard to see. I do also have the leg. I'm probably going to have to use a different size leg. But let me kind of show you guys. This is also part of the foot. You see the leg. So these pieces layer like that. And then the heel. And then the toe. And you kind of see how the leg is formed. But now these are only 2D patterns. We're going to make them 3-dimensional out of paper so that way we can get a better idea of where we need to cut our foam. Because we don't want a seam going down the center of the foam if we can help it. It does help to have a seam to give it more of that angle. But for our initial pattern, it's easy to just make it one side because then you can double up and make it symmetrical when you actually go to make your pattern. Sorry, my mouse cord is like in the way. Oh, and thank you, Cerberus. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Hellborn, thank you for the membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And so I can not fall behind. Sheffield, thank you for 25 months. Mr. Dree, thank you for resubbing. Jelly, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't want to miss anything. Can make a whole series of videos about making cosplay with how much I know about it. I do have a playlist for my Nihlister cosplay if you guys want to know how I did certain things. But something I haven't shown off in a while is my pattern printing. I literally just have all of my blueprints in the same Adobe Illustrator file, and then I just print it out. So this is a resized version of the heel, and I kind of just, like line it up and see where, because I'm not sure where I want to put this just yet. I actually have another shot of the shoes. Because to me, it looks like this part of the heel covers this whole area. So technically, this geometric armored bit would go this high. Like that. Yeah, all the other videos of my crafting are on the VOD YouTube channel. So it's kind of like up a little bit above the bottom of the heel. This is kind of like the heel cover. And then the rest of the pointed part is going to be glued to the back of this. It's acrylic, so it's sturdy. It's not like glass or I don't know, fragile. And it also does have a rubber grip on the bottom, so I won't be slipping and sliding. I did test that out when I put these on and I walked around a little bit. So, in order to get the right size pattern, it's okay if you need to print out, you know, a few different versions of the pattern. You know, paper patterns are really nice because it's not very wasteful, especially because paper can be recycled. And let's say you'd end up not using the pattern on this page because it's not quite the right size. You can just flip it over and then put it back in the printer and use the other side for a different pattern. So I'm going to be saving a bunch of these pages because I wasn't sure which one would be right. I literally just ran back to Mama and Papa Wolf's house and printed out a bunch of different sizes because I didn't know which one I was going to want to use. And it was like an hour before I needed to stream and then I had to rush back here. So I think this one might be just the perfect size. Because that goes like right from the top where the heel goes to the bottom. So I will use this image as a reference for now. And we're going to cut this out. Yeah, Nihlister cosplay. You betcha. So I'm just going to get most of the bulk off of this. Recycle those. Yeah. All right. Let's cut it. Let's cut it. Highly recommend following and subscribing to watch the build. Thank you. I appreciate it. I saw a message in chat really quick. No, I'm not going to be making it out of paper. So what I do to start my patterns is make a blueprint like this. Just a flat blueprint so I can kind of get a sense of what the scale needs to be in real life. Because sometimes looking at a picture and then trying to build it right away out of foam, you're going to have a lot of wasted foam, and that's, you know, extra trash and extra resources. Because, you know, the more materials you got to buy, the more you end up spending on a project. So what I like to do is first make a blueprint out of paper. Then I make a pattern out of paper. And I will show you guys what those look like because that's what we're going to be doing today. And then once I have a paper pattern, I make the paper three-dimensional. So actually, I think I have a paper pattern that I can show you guys. Yeah, right here. These are some of the wing patterns. So this is the shape of the 2D blueprints of the wings. And then the paper patterns I make are 3D shapes. So I can see what they look like in 3 dimensions out of paper. And then I use these patterns to trace onto foam so I know exactly how big the foam is going to be once, you know, when I cut it out. If that makes sense. So this is kind of what the 3-dimensional paper patterns are going to look like, but for the shoes, instead of the little wing, that's what we're doing today. Yeah. Hold on, my hoodie's getting in the way. I need to be at my full crafting potential. No restrictions. No breaking immersion. Jonas, thank you. Thank you for subbing. Welcome. You're making Nihlister shoes. Let me swap these. There we go. No, it's pretty much these crafting streams are like just chatting streams with me doing cosplay in the background. And I also like to use this opportunity to answer like cosplay or crafting related questions because I know a lot of you guys have an interest in making stuff on your own or cosplay in general. And I love yapping about cosplay because I have a lot of experience with cosplay. Courtney, thank you for the 10 months. Slashing Space, thank you for 7 months. Lava Lamp, thank you for resubbing. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Minato, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. How do I pick characters that I cosplay as? In general, when you cosplay, especially when you're crafting something yourself, you want to pick a character that means something to you, that you resonate with really well, because if you're putting time and money and effort into a character that you're not really that into, you just like maybe think they look cool, then you lose a lot of motivation, especially if you hit a roadblock or if things start to get difficult. The thing that is going to drive you to continue is your passion and your love for the character. So definitely pick a character that you genuinely like. But also, you know, sometimes you can just buy a character's costume. You don't have to actually make it yourself, but it's still money that you're spending. So I would definitely recommend a character that you like. Oh, that's like perfect. That's perfect. So I'm thinking to make this a little easier, I'm probably gonna shave off this little angle. That way I can glue it flat to this. So it has more to glue onto. And that way it's not like wiggling when I'm walking. You know? Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. Sura! Holy shit, thank you for the 5 gift subs! I appreciate it! Thank you so much! The shooter app game, it is also on PC. And honestly, most of the game is not really shooter. The playable part is, but it's mostly story and like events and mini games too. Okay. So I don't want to get the patterns mixed up. So this is the new pattern. I'm actually going to take a pen, and on the back of my old pattern, I'm gonna make an X. So that way I know it's the wrong pattern. Oh yeah, there is actually something I wanted to show you guys before we get too into the shoes. Off stream, because I can't really do any of the gluing or sanding on stream just because of the poor ventilation in this room. I have to do that at my parents' house. So I can still show you guys some cool things. So the reason why I want to do as much sanding as I need to is because you could take a piece that looks like this with like all the flat square edges, a little bit of, you know, like rough spots, and you can turn it into this where it adds dimension. I still need to clean up the little bits up here. This is just like a very rough, fast job, but you can see how it adds so much dimension just by sanding the outside corners into something that's a little more rounded. You can kind of see it from the side. Instead of a square cut, it's more of a round. It's just so cool. And especially when you pair it with more layers that also have the extra work done to it, It's so nice. Let me show you another example. Yeah, the beveling, the sanding. You guys are gonna love this. So, this is her tail. It's the very tip of her tail. She has a blade. It's a bunch of layers glued together because I'm pretty much going to carve this down like into more of a point like this. And there's like, you know, different angles and stuff. So I'm kind of gonna carve it down into more of a knife shape at all angles. So there's gonna be like a very narrow point here. That being said, once that's all sanded and carved out and stuff, these extra little details that I've already sanded the edges of, like that last piece, are gonna get glued on here. And then all of a sudden, we're gonna have, you know, this carved into a point with these extra little details that are raised that also have the curve. So it's not just like a harsh, flat cut. It adds more dimension to it. And then once it's all painted, it's gonna come to life like crazy. I'm so excited. It looks so cool. It's gonna look really cool. And I also made sure to leave a little hole where it's gonna be connected to the like rest of the tail. Because this is just the tip. She's got like a little blade on the tip of her tail. Hold on. I literally have a picture of her. Boom. There's her tail. The tip of her tail. There, y'all see the vision? Although it's like this. It's upside down. Boom. Yeah. So that little hole here is to attach it to something, and then it's gonna have a stronger connection instead of just gluing it flat. But even just the difference of, you know, a flat shape compared to the one with the rounded edges, the difference is crazy. So that's something that I'm really excited about, and that's why this outfit is going to take a while, because I am going to be doing that to most of the foam pieces. All the sanding and refining and detail work. Yeah. How do you get the proportions right? I have a whole stream on my VOD channel where I explain how I make the patterns that look like these and how I scale them to my height. I use Adobe Illustrator, but there are other free software that you can download, install, and use to scale it to your proportions. Pretty much what I do is I make a line that is exactly my height in inches or centimeters, whatever measurement you want to use. And then you take a full body image of your character. Yoink. I used this one. And then you make this image bigger or smaller depending on the height of your line. That's why you want a huge document. You want a very, very big blank document to start on. So you don't want like a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. You want something life-size. I usually make my Illustrator canvases 100 inches by 100 inches. So I've got a big square, and I can make props next to it. So I can also get the proportions of how big the cannon should be in relation to my height and my proportions. So that's how I do all of my blueprints like these. I just make a line, I scale her height to my height, and that's how I get the basic measurements for things. Then I just trace around the actual patterns, and I get something like this. But sometimes anime proportions are vastly different than actual human bodies. So like maybe her feet are a little bit smaller than normal. Maybe her anime girl legs are always like crazy long. So sometimes you need to smush things down a little bit, stretch things a little bit to get them to actually fit your own body properly. But that's just baseline how I do these blueprints. And then once I cut these blueprints out, I make a more accurate paper pattern to see how the paper looks in 3 dimensions instead of the 2D blueprint, and then I can move on to the foam. Right now I'm just trying to decide which one of these patterns is going to be the best. I think I want to cut this one out. This one might be a little too big. Yeah, I think this one might be too big, but I will still hold on to this one. But you can see it's okay to have, you know, several different tries. Oh yeah, and I also printed out the leg armor. This is the leg armor pattern. That little diamond too. This is the outside of the leg. This is the inside of the leg armor, and then this is the like the shin armor. So yeah, this was a mess up print. So sometimes, you know, reuse the paper, print a different pattern on the back, and then recycle them. Okay, I'm not gonna cut out the leg armor yet because we're just gonna focus on the shoes today. What material is the foot part made of? I'm gonna just be using EVA foam. I do 3D printing sometimes, but I won't be doing any 3D printing for this build. Just because it is easier.
It's radical!
Yo!
Radical!
Dirty Dan!
Drink it!
Thank you! Thank you for the 25 gift subs! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that so much. How's it going? K5, thank you for 3 months. Panda Boss, thank you for 5 months. Thank you, thank you. So, the reason why I'm not going to be 3D printing any of this is because Nihlister is such a unique, niche character. It's not like an Overwatch character. Those characters have in-game 3D models, so it's really easy to find 3D print files of those characters. However, Nihlister is from a 2D art game. They do have 3D models, but they're little chibis and they're not very accurate, especially in terms of the textures. And in order to 3D print something, you need to make a 3D model first. And it is so time consuming, especially if you don't have that much experience making 3D models. I personally just prefer making my templates in person. That way I can see the size and the scale and which adjustments I need to make them fit. Because if I 3D model the entire foot and then all of a sudden it doesn't fit my foot right, I have to like completely readjust it in 3D, completely redo the 3D file printing, and printing takes a long time. So it's a lot of time potentially wasted in just waiting for the 3D print to print only to find out it doesn't fit right. So it works for some things, like little detail pieces are much easier to 3D print, but there aren't really any details that I guess require 3D printing because I can just make all these pieces out of foam pretty easily. Yeah. Also, depending on how much you plan on 3D printing for a costume, you can add a ton of weight. Especially the filler, because 3D prints aren't actually that smooth most of the time, and in order to make it smooth, there's a lot of filling and sanding and priming and filling and sanding again, and that can add a lot of weight, whereas foam, it already has a pretty nice even surface for painting, and you don't really need to fill in anything except for the occasional seams, which doesn't add that much weight to it. Abyss Walker, thank you for the tip. Thank you. Is my text-to-speech broken? Oh, hold on. What kind of 3D printer do I have? Yeah, resin. Resin is good for little detail stuff. And I think it's more expensive too. I have a filament printer. It's an Affinia something. Hold on. I think I actually took a picture of it and I keep it in my phone because I always forget. I always forget like the exact name of it. I think it's right here, though. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Hold on, I got you. I'm determined. I'm determined. I will find it. It's not like the highest quality printer, but it's just the one that, you know, gets the job done, really. I think it's like Affinia HD, like 300 or something like that. I had a picture of it. I could have sworn I had one. It's not where I thought it was going to be. Buggy-san, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on, maybe it was a little bit later. Damn, I don't know if I have it. Tips on doing weapons? That entirely depends on what kind of weapon you want to make. There's a lot of different materials and techniques you could use. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. I know I have one laying around somewhere. Because I remember I had 3D printed some pieces for a competition cosplay, and I took a picture of the 3D printer so I could put it in my my portfolio for the costume. So I remembered what the actual printer name was called, just in case they would ask me that question in the judging room. Yeah, this cosplay is going to be for me. I'm going to be wearing it. So my plan for this build was to just kind of have something fun to do on stream, take everybody on this journey on how I make a professional level competition build cosplay. I'm not going to be competing in it, but I just want to show everybody how I would make something of that quality. I will be wearing it to a con, hopefully. Ideally, I'd like to wear it to Anime Expo. However, I don't want to set a deadline for myself because that just adds pressure and potential rushing, and I really don't want to do that. But we'll see. We'll see, because I know Nikkei has big events at Anime Expo, and I think it'd be really freaking cool to be a part of that again next year, because I was a part of a really big event for them this year. So that's something I want to do. Oh yeah, I'm just realizing my Spotify widget isn't up. Here, let me get that for you guys. There we go. Nice. It's right above my head. Alright, let's see if this is a little better. Why does it look even bigger? I mean, I have a bigger one. I didn't think I was going to need the bigger one, but I'll at least try it. And then we've got toesies. Yeah, maybe we do use the bigger toes. It's like this. Look how much bigger they are. Tips on wanting to start making cosplay? I started completely self-taught. I was just watching a bunch of YouTube videos on how to use different types of materials and just kind of went from there, really.
How will you attach everything to the shoes?
Lots
Maybe
of glue.
I missed it. Sorry.
Lots of glues. Some people... So normally what I like to do for my shoe armor is not physically attach it to the shoe. Do I want these? It's hard because the original shoes I got were like the toe was lower to the ground, which makes sense because then I could kind of hide my foot really low to the ground between the like two front toes. But because the ones I ended up needing to get were platforms, they're taller and that's not going to work the same way. So now I'm wondering if I need to make the toes bigger to kind of compensate for that. I'll cut them out anyway, just to see what they look like. What kind of glue to permanently stick the parts together? Contact cement is the best option, really. Normally, when I make armor, I don't physically attach it to the shoe. I make thin elastic straps that go around the shoe. So for example, if you have like a piece of armor that goes around the toe, I'll put a piece of elastic around the underside so that way it completely wraps around and then you can kind of adjust it once it's on your foot. And also if you have armor that kind of wraps around the ankle, it stretches so you can stretch it off your foot if you need to. Because sometimes you can put the armor on your leg first, then the shoe, and then just slide the armor down on top of the shoe. It really depends on how you want it to fit and stuff. It really depends from cosplay to cosplay. But this case, it's really mechanical. It's not like, oh, this is a foot with armor on it. It's like, oh, no, that's like a fucking dragon claw that we're turning into a more human foot. So it's kind of using a little more creative liberties, and it's not really the standard crafting techniques I would use. So it's a little different. DKK, or no, that's the currency, my bad. Nikolai! Nikolai, thank you so much for the super. I'm still new to reading the YouTube live stream alerts and stuff. Thank you, Nikolai. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, and Tyga, thank you for the 5 months. Simply Ronix, thank you for 3 months. Listiava, welcome. Thank you for subbing. Impasta Boy, thank you for 4 months. Thank you. Katsu, thank you for 3 months. I appreciate it. You guys are all so sweet. All right, once I cut these out, we are going to decide which size pattern I'm going to make. And this just goes to show that it's okay if you need to resize your patterns because nobody knows how to make mech dragon feet fit your real feet. Fit real shoes. So that's pretty much what we're working on. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum. And we also have banging music going on. Yeah, all of my VODs will be uploaded on my VOD YouTube channel. I actually have a playlist for all of these Nihlister crafting VODs already. If you want to get caught up on how I did certain things, that's all there. I've been cosplaying for 11 years now. Jay Saver, thank you for 29 months. Brad, thank you for 15 months. Thank you. All right, I'm going to see how this one looks. Yeah, that looks more like it. Yeah, you see how that like fits on the shoe and it kind of hangs off a little bit? I think that's what we're looking for. Yeah. I mean, maybe even a little bit bigger. Or maybe just higher up. Yeah, I think maybe just higher up. Because originally I was going to have this pattern. Here, let me hide this one because it's kind of taking up a lot of space. Here. I was originally going to have this closer to the toe. Because in the picture, you see how low the tip of this ankle armor goes because of the dragon feet, and then the toes kind of go here on either side like that. So I was going to have this sit lower on the shoe, but I think to translate it best to a real foot, it might look better if it's a little higher up, like this, instead of like this. Because it gives a better silhouette when it's on more of a flat surface, because on the actual reference art, it's flat instead of this little toe curve. So I think I will take the creative liberty of moving this up a tiny bit, like so. Yeah, that's what I think. But also, you guys see this extra little bit up here? That translates to this bit here, which is a three-dimensional thing. So technically this is folded a little. Like so. It's very jank. Very, very jank. But this is just to kind of show you guys how I translate this 2D paper pattern into a 3D shape. You can kind of see this is like its own separate little ledge, a separate angle. And that, you know, it's gonna give it dimension like this. You kind of see? You see it, it's giving? Yeah? But for now, we're just going to use it as a flat pattern. I think these might be a little big. Yeah, especially in comparison. I think these are a little too big. I think this is the right call. Because if you look at the toes on the pattern, it looks like it's just smaller than the length of this. And then these aren't exactly straight. They're kind of at a curve. Or not a curve, but they're angled. They're angled outwards. So they're gonna stick out like this, like a V shape. So I'm probably gonna have to shave off some of the foam at an angle, so that way they stick out at an angle like this. But first I need to decide how big, because I can always sand them down smaller. Here. Oh, you know what I can do? We can... Here, let me move these like up here. Just so you can see what I'm working on over here. We can take some tape and tape the pattern onto the shoe. And now we can see in comparison how these are going to fit. Here. And the bigger one. Yeah, maybe the bigger toe. Yeah, the proportions with the bigger toe I think work better, because the actual shoe proportions are bigger because of the extra platform height. So ooh, I think, yeah. So that's kind of what it's going to look like on my shoe. Let's do it. So we're not using this pattern. We're not using this pattern. Yeah, these were the smaller ones. Yeah. Still gonna keep these around just in case. But these are our new patterns for the shoe. My shoe is so tall it blocks my camera from my live 2D tracking. That's why I stop moving sometimes. Arctic Penguin, thank you for 4 months. Genius in Box, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. Way to make a weapon like a gun? Yeah, you could easily make that out of foam or even 3D printed. Well, yeah. Nikolai, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Where's the character's boot from? These feet are from a character named Nihlister, and she is from a game called Nike. I'm actually gonna... Nope, wrong button. There we go. There. I'm gonna leave this, like, down there. This is the character. This is Nihlister. But we're focusing on her feetsies today. Wood Nihlister? Yo, me and you both, pal. True and real. Making these to be able to walk around in? Yes. They actually aren't that difficult to walk in. Because, you see, these look like intimidating shoes to walk in, but because this is a wedge, so it still has some thickness to it, and because the thickness is the entire length of the heel, it's more stable than like a skinny little heel would be. But because there's all this extra height, oh, you can see me, hi! Because there's this extra height, like at least 2 inches, I think that's a 2-inch platform, it looks bigger than it actually is. If you completely got rid of the extra height that this platform leaves you, then the heel would only be this high, you know? So, it's kind of complicated. Kind of complicated. Bum, ba, dum, ba, bum. All right, so the next step we have is to take these patterns and make them 3-dimensionally out of paper. In order to do that, we're actually going to be cutting some of these up. I'm going to start on the toe. So, for this, just like the other paper patterns I make them out of poster board. It's kind of like just a sturdier paper because these are all printed off of regular 8.5 by 11 printer paper, and so they're very flimsy and they rip easily. So when you make something out of this like cardstock or poster board, it's more sturdy, it holds its shape a little bit better, and you can fold it in a way that mimics a 3-dimensional shape that it will look like made out of foam. Just to make sure the size is correct, because then if we cut this out of foam, do all the work sanding it down, we engrave all the little details in it and everything, and then attach it to the shoe,
Nikkei.
and if it's
Thank
not
you
the
for
right
letting
size,
me borrow your gotcha
we have to
luck.
start from the beginning.
I've got Scarlet's skin on the second spin after the free one's Cinder 6 Pyro.
Let's
Let's
go!
go! Very good news since I didn't have to wail as much as I did for Crown's skin. I'm transferring your luck back to you.
Thank you,
Now
I appreciate
back to lurking and grinding. Have a
you.
good stream, everyone. Cinder
Thank
6
you.
heart.
Pathologix, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to trace this and mirror it. And because this strip here is kind of like the center point, I'm gonna adjust it a little bit so that way it's more of an angle. So I don't want to quite cut this because I feel like I might want to use it just in case in the future. So I'm just going to fold on that seam line. And what I'm saying might not make too much sense just yet. But once you guys start to see it come together, you'll understand. Hopefully. So I'm going to tape it down just to help hold it in place while I trace around. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. Lift the tape off, and then we can trace the parts covered by the tape. So we have half of our pattern. We're gonna flip it around so that way it's mirrored a little bit. And this little gap that we're making is actually gonna be the top of the not the shoe, the toe. Because you see how the top of the toe is kind of flat and then it curls around. So let's do this. Try to line them up. And it kind of looks like it might taper a little. Just like the tiniest bit. So we're going to tape this back down so it doesn't move around. Trace it again. Tracing the inside seam, like the long middle seam, is important because that is what we are going to fold. That's like our fold line. And of course, when you transfer the paper onto foam, you do have to take into account the bulk that the foam adds, depending on how thick the foam is. Usually if it's like 2mm foam or 1mm foam, it doesn't matter too much. But when you're dealing with 6, 8, 10mm foam, the bulk can really make a difference. Alrighty, so let's cut this out. Lansora, thank you for 2 years! That's crazy! Thank you for resubbing. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Landy Chen, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much. Bum 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 ba da bum ba ba bum ba da bum 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 bum. Cosplay as Red Hood? Nah. I'm more of a Nihlister girly. I like the baddies. And I honestly thought that becoming a VTuber, and with how busy I got with the streams and planning things and all that, I genuinely thought that I would never make a cosplay ever again. And I was coming to terms with that until I saw Nihlister for the first time. And this feeling is really hard to describe unless you're a cosplayer. But I literally got the cosplay itch when I saw her. Like, I need to make this. This looks so freaking cool. And it's totally up my alley. I love the style. I love the geometric shapes and everything. And I was like, I need to be her. I need to be her. And then I decided that I was going to be her. And maybe Nikkei will like it, and they will notice my cosplay. All right, so now this is our new pattern. Looks a little bit different than what we started with, but the next step will bring it all together. I've got a metal ruler, and we just need to line up our fold marks like this. And like this. to get our nice straight lines. And then, so that's all folded, we have a toe. That we will be able to attach. I'm probably going to have to cut this in a way that makes it stick out. I also might want to make this a little bit wider. And this does curve a little bit. That adds a little more bulk to the toe. And of course, this is all going to be solid because the actual method I'm going to be using to make this out of foam is going to be a little bit different than a pattern like this. But this pattern is just to see what this is going to look like in 3 dimensions and how big it's actually going to be on my toe. And I think instead of putting it like right on the top outer edge like this, because I think that extends a little too far. So I think it's actually going to be placed further back, more like this, you know? But this is a test on size to make sure the size is good. We can still thicken it up later. So now that I know my paper pattern works and it's the right size and shape that I want these things to be, we're going to go back to this pattern and trace it onto foam. Now, I might end up using 10mm foam. Here's a scrap piece of foam. And you see it's a little bit thicker than what we started off with for this piece. But I think this might just work for the toe thickness. I might want it to have a bit of a taper because I do believe it is tapered from the front. Yeah, just a little bit of a taper. But it looks like the widest part isn't much wider than this. So let's just see what it'll look like. And because we don't want to trace the middle part, I'm going to keep it folded. Can the foam melt if you use too much bonding? Not EVA foam. If you use an XPS foam, any kind of a styrofoam, polystyrene. XPS foam is extruded polystyrene foam. It's the pink insulation foam that you see a lot of cosplayers use. Sometimes it comes in blue. That foam will absolutely be disintegrated by like spray paints, spray glues, stuff like that. Really depends on the glue you're using. But this foam, you can use pretty much any glue on it. You can use hot glue. You can use contact cement, super glue, all the fun stuff. Okay, this is a pretty straight edge. So I think I'm just going to cut right on that edge. Normally you want to also tape down these patterns, but this pattern is kind of small enough for me to hold down with my fingers. just like that. And now, I'm going to make sure my blade is still sharp. Just going to cut, like, this piece. I could replace it. Let me replace the blade. Oh, maybe... Hold on, let me flip it around. I don't think... I don't remember if I used the other side of this blade yet. Oh. Oh. Nope. That is dull. Okay. Let's not use the... Let's get a different blade. I recently got this huge kit with 100 blades in it because I go through so many of them. And it just slides a new one out. I'm going to put that back in there. You can just sharpen them, but I haven't really found a sharpener that works great on these blades. Oh, like butter. Look at that cut. Look at that foam. Compare a dull blade to a very sharp blade. Yeah, right. It's okay if these cuts aren't super clean because I will probably end up dremeling them later on. But we do at least want to get them as clean as we possibly can. It's also important to try to keep your blade as straight as possible. Okay. Nice. We are making feet for a mech dragon waifu. Oh, hell yeah. This is going to be so good. Nice. I'm going to cut it from this side over here. Doesn't really matter what order you do the cuts in. I'm just trying to make them as clean as I can. So, got a little bit of unevenness, but that's okay. I think I might double this up. Because for some reason I feel like the toes wouldn't be this thin. But like this, I feel like they might be like a tiny bit thicker. And then it gives me more wiggle room to actually sand the corners to give it that more curved look instead of making it blocky like this. And it also adds a little more rigidity, so it's not gonna be a little bendy like this. It'll be a little stiffer. But yeah, one definitely looks a little too thin. That's what we're gonna do. Lanny-chan, thank you for 2 months. Silver Ninja Shadow, thank you for the 5 months. Jackal, thank you for 23. Thank you. Wolfling, thank you for 4 months. Craze, thank you for the resub. Race Demon, welcome. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thick toes. And I think for this first like test piece I cut out, I'm gonna use this as another piece of scrap foam. I use a lot of scrap foam when I'm using contact cement because it ruins brushes and a lot of things that you try to you try to glue with, because you want to spread it out on your pieces that you're gluing. You want it to be spread super thin, and one of the best ways of doing that is just using another piece of foam, because I think I can get cleaner cuts. These are all going to be sanded and cleaned up anyway. I think I can do better. All right. My Sharpie over here. The circular part under the feet. So I was actually thinking about this. You mean, hold on, wait, there's a better picture. You mean these? So because this is technically on the underside of the heel, if I had shoes that just had the skinny heel, I could technically add that piece of foam right underneath the bottom. But I still might be able to do that by adding like half of the wheel on one side of the acrylic and half the wheel on the other. I just don't know how that'll look. If that'll add too much bulk on the actual heel part. But we'll see. We'll see. I like the shoes. Thank you. They might be next to the acrylic part. I honestly might just not make those because they're on the bottom of the shoes. It wouldn't be the first time I added detail work to the bottom of my shoes. I have done that before. But yeah. Yeah, you know. Maybe I have a better piece of foam. Ah. I think. Yeah. This is another piece from the cannons that I had cut out. I gotta be careful about this because it's at an angle, so I just shouldn't use it past that line. Bum, bum, bum. Sometimes you want to be careful when you're tracing pattern pieces onto foam that already has something on it, because you don't want to confuse your your lines, you know? There. You also want to make sure that you're cutting on the inside of your lines, especially if you use a Sharpie, because the Sharpie marker lines make this super thick line most of the time. And if you cut on the outside of that line, your foam piece is going to be that much bigger than you intended it to be. And sometimes if you have pieces that are supposed to assemble together in a very specific, accurate way, the extra bulk can get in the way of that. So that's something to consider. A lot of people just use normal pens to trace onto their foam, but in my experience, pens leave indents into the actual foam that I don't like. Because sometimes you need a little bit of pressure to get the pen ink going. For example, you know, and this already has an indent in it. This one line that I barely used any pressure, just enough pressure to get the ink on the foam. And especially if you want to add details into the foam or keep the foam nice and smooth, sometimes that can show. Like if I were to trace these details in onto the foam, which I will be doing at a later time, it can be useful because what you can do is trace over the pattern like this. You know, you trace the details and it will indent the foam. It's super hard to see. Oh, there you can see it. See how the foam's indented? If you need like a guideline on where to cut certain things or maybe even paint, that technique can potentially be useful to you. But because we want our foam to be super clean until we get to the detail part, I'm not going to do that just yet. But yeah, that's why I usually don't use pens to trace my stuff. Wub, 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 wub. So I'm going to want to trace out 4 of these. You don't have to actually flip this over to mirror your pattern. I'm just doing that because sometimes when I cut out my patterns, they're usually not like too straight. See how it's kind of tapered a little this way? This taper goes that way, this taper goes that way. If I cut this out the same, then the tapers are going to go the same way and it's kind of going to skew my piece a little bit. But if the tapers are on opposite sides, I can line up the high points, make that the middle, and then it creates a better guide for me to actually sand the edges to be more rounded and still keep the same size that I want it to be. Hey, Papa Ma, how's it going? What's up? Did I do cosplay professionally? So I technically wasn't a professional cosplayer, but I did compete in cosplay contests on a professional level. I was a masterclass cosplay competitor. Masterclass is the highest class you can get to, and I was already competing in the masterclass 3 cosplays in. I had only competed in 3 different cosplays. I made 3 costumes for competing in, and they had bumped me up a division because they were so impressed with my work. But the thing is that once you win an award in a category higher than what you originally are, you cannot go back once you have that award. Oh yeah, I have won many awards. I believe I have 8 cosplay awards, and I have competed 8 times. I have not won every competition, but there was one time I got 2 awards. But the expectations for you go up exponentially once you are categorized as a master level like competitive cosplayer, and it was a lot of pressure for me. A lot of pressure. But it's still fun. What were the 2 awards? One was like a major award, so it was like first, second, third place kind of award. And then the other award was actually from the audience. Because I got the loudest audience cheer. So I was gifted another award. But that's like the most minor award I've ever received. All the other awards I've gotten were like major place awards. Best in show, best craftsmanship, first place, second place, that kind of stuff. So that's most of the awards that I have for craftsmanship. They also give awards out for like skits, like more of an acting kind of part of the show. Sometimes they'll do skits. Sometimes it'll just be like a runway catwalk show where you just step on a stage, show off your work, step off. That's usually what I would do. I wouldn't like actually like act on stage. I would just walk on, walk off. But they give out separate awards for the 2 separate categories sometimes. Sometimes they're tied together. Really depends on what kind of convention you're going to and what their rules are. Yeah. I've just been doing it for a long time, so I have a lot of knowledge. And that's why it's really fun for me to do these crafting streams, to share that knowledge with all of you guys. Because I've done a lot in my 11 years doing this kind of stuff. And if I can use my trials and errors to help someone out or make someone else's life a little easier making something, then I am happy. That foam seemed really nice to work with. It is very forgiving. It is very nice. Especially if you are cosplaying a character that is typically fighting or in battle. So you can really just get away with scuffs or imperfections as battle damage. So that's also really nice too. All right, let me cut these. You know what? Nah, I was gonna say I could use my smaller craft knife, but I really don't think I need to. Streams are great. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. Okay. Just loosely cutting these out. Although, because these two marks are somewhat close together, you want to cut close to one of them, because if you're just cutting between all the shapes just to get them separated, by the time you go to actually cut them out, there's going to be a tiny little sliver of foam for you to cut off. And sometimes using your knife to cut off a tiny little sliver, the foam is too fragile at that point, and it's not sturdy enough for you to be able to cut through it cleanly, that it'll start to move around on you and you won't actually be able to cut. Like, even just trying to cut right here, like a very thin, close cut, it's very difficult to cut all the way through, and then you're going to end up tearing your foam like this most often. So I would recommend leaving enough room between your markings on your foam so you don't run into rough cuts like this. You want plenty of room to get a nice clean cut. But even cutting around corners, sometimes you do get these. This is just the knife turning as it's cutting. That's why I want to cut a little bit past the Sharpie line, because I can clean up these little rough cuts with my Dremel, with my little sanding drum. So if you were to cut on the other side of the line, on the inside, and still have those rough cuts, when you go to sand it down, it's going to be smaller than what you originally patterned it out as. So depending on the situation, cutting on the inside of the line will get an accurate size, but if you know you might want to do some cleanup work, then definitely sanding on, or cutting it out on the outside to do some sanding is a good option. But you can still see that it's not exactly straight. Ooh, that is actually not straight at all. But you can kind of see that it lines up to the Sharpie line, maybe? Maybe. But like I said, all these are actually opposite. But it's like, depending on where the top is, you can still sand this round, and then your edges will still line up depending on how harshly you cut it out. We're just going to separate these for now. I like to use my straight edge for some of these cuts, just because it makes life a little bit easier than trying to freehand everything. Oh, look how clean that is. Oh my god, it's so good. Me like you. also going to cut close to this one. Like that. To get the shapes as accurate as possible, I might rely on extra sanding just because, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Race Demon, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. I appreciate it. All the music we're listening to shows up above my head right there. All right. Make sure it's lined up. And I'm not gonna cut off too much. Beautiful. And I save most of my foam scraps for glue, for gluing. And so because these are two mirrored pieces, these are going to get glued together like this. And so this is going to be the thickness of our toe. That looks like it'll be better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this thickness looks like it'll work better. Let's go ahead and cut what we need to cut here. Depending on the length of the cut, I kind of pick and choose which areas to cut first. See, because I could have just gone down the line like this, but I wanted to cut the longer edge first because it's much easier to just kind of go boop and press down and cut a shorter edge than it is to cut the long edge. Because once you have all this cut, once you go to start cutting the long edge, it pinches the foam a little bit if you're cutting right on your project edge, because the blade pulls the foam a little bit, and you'd rather have the foam pull on a part that you're not using than a part that you are using. So it's a little complicated, but it's important. A little more. Just kind of shaving it off because it's so tiny. Just very rough cuts. Rough. Oh, this is another good example. So it's easier to start in the center of the foam and cut in different directions from the center, because then you won't accidentally cut into your piece like this. You want to kind of cut away from your piece. How do you get rid of the lines that get created through the glowing pieces for thickness? Get rid of the lines. What do you mean glowing pieces? What do you mean? Yeah, this is Nihlister from Nikkei. Glowing pieces, how to remove seam lines. There's a couple different methods you can use. I would recommend using a flexible filler because foam tends to move a lot, even when it's painted. sometimes you can have flexible paints that are a little bit forgiving, but if you're using a filler to hide the cracks and the filler is not flexible, if the foam tends to bend on purpose or accidentally, it's all going to crack, and then your paint's going to crack because the paint is on top of that filler. So I would use either Quick Seal. It's caulking, okay? It's a flexible caulking used for plumbing, typically. But a lot of cosplayers use it because it works really well to fill seams, especially in foam. Another thing you can use is foam clay. It has... Hold on, let me cut this first. It has the properties of clay when it is like right out of the tub. And then when it dries and cures, it is no longer squishy and stretchy like clay, but instead soft and sturdy like foam. And so you can actually use foam clay to fill in the gaps, smooth it out with water, and then once it dries, it'll look like foam, and then you can sand it just like foam and blend it in with your piece. And it actually looks really good. Plasti-Dip, yeah, Plasti-Dip is a primer, not necessarily a filler. But the good thing about Plasti-Dip is that you can still like heat it up a little bit and get rid of the cracks in your foam and paint. So that at least is useful. Okay, yeah, that's still good. It's a little bit tapered, but that's okay, because since I cut it a little bit like away from my original line, if this is where the piece of foam is supposed to be, it's actually not that much shorter than it needs to be. And now I can just glue it to another piece like this and then sand all of the edges around, and then it'll look like that. Yeah, this is one of our toes. This is actually a piece that I'm not going to be using. This was like the little test piece. But once I have all my toe pieces said and done, what I'm going to be doing, I can actually use this, our little template here. Make sure it's all good. Yeah. So I'll probably use this as the base pattern for this instead, because then what we can do is cut up this pattern. Don't freak out. I know what I'm doing. Don't freak out. But Cinder, you're cutting up your pattern. Why? We worked so hard to make our patterns. Why would we just cut them apart? You're crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Maybe I am. But you know what? That's what you guys watch. You watch crazy. Snip, snip. So now that we cut on the pattern lines, what we can do is line this up again and trace where the details are going to go. Boom. Now, there's a couple different ways of doing this. So if we go back to this foot, the picture makes it look like it's actually carved. So in order to get that effect on this, I can actually show you guys. Oh, it'd be a bit of... I actually might need to get an extension cord. I don't think the plug will reach. But what you can do is trace it like this. You can just paint it too. That's also totally fine. You can cut the foam not all the way through. Just like a couple millimeters. You cut, cut, cut. And then also these, because those little tabs are also part of the detail work. And it's hard to see, but those are now cuts, right? All of this is cut. What you do now is to heat it up with a heat gun. You don't want to use a hair dryer because hair dryers don't get hot enough. Heat guns will burn your hands. You got to be really careful with them. And the thing about foam is that when you heat up foam, all of the pores shrink, which means all of these cracks are going to shrink, making them more visible. Okay, maybe I can plug it in really quick and just like heat it up and show you guys like what that does, because it's just really fucking cool, okay? It's really fucking cool. And I have my heat gun anyway. This is what a heat gun looks like. It looks like a gun, but it's not. And then I'm gonna plug it in. Hold on. I need my foam. You're probably gonna hear it, but that's normal. Okay. It's plugged in. Now, I'm gonna heat it up. You gotta be careful. I'm almost done. Okay. Ugh. So another thing is that you got to be careful with the metal tip of your heat gun, because you don't want that to touch something, because it will burn that thing, because the metal of the heat gun gets very hot. And you also want to be careful to not burn your foam, because that is another thing that will happen. But because I heated this up, you can see the cracks of the foam have opened up. It's a little hard to see because of the black Sharpie that I used, but now there is actual dimension. I wonder if I can cover up the black Sharpie with the silver Sharpie. Will that do anything? Will that like erase it? Maybe make it less noticeable? I don't know. Kind of. Yeah, all that dark is just a shadow from the foam now. So because you have the little indented piece of foam, when you go to paint it, you'll paint it red. And then you can actually use black oil paint. And because oil paint is so watery, you can just smear a bunch of black oil paint on there, then wipe it off, and the paint will stay in the cracks. So it'll give it that extra dimension where you can paint actually inside the cracks, but it'll also show three-dimensional when it is fully painted. Isn't that cool? It's like not focusing, but like the foam has shrunk. And now the cracks are visible. And now it looks really cool and mechanical and accurate. That's kind of what I was talking about like loving the accuracy. So This is going to be the thickness of our toe, but I'm kind of going to round out a lot of these harsh rectangular edges. Isn't that cool? Isn't that a cool technique? Now you guys can use that for cool projects if you want. I would show you at my desk, but it's I don't have an extension cord down here. My housemates took it. All right, let me move this there. And it is normal for you to smell the burnt foam. It's not burnt, but it's really hard to see on this kind of foam. Hey, Whisper! Experience shows it's fascinating to learn about. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. So it's hard to see, especially because my camera quality doesn't like want to focus. But normally, it's harder to see because this is a high density foam, which means the pores of the foam are like closer together. But for normal EVA foam, you can kind of see like tiny little holes or like bumps because foam is porous. That's why you want to prime your foam before you paint it, because the paint kind of sucks up, or the foam sucks up a lot of the paint. You don't have to, but it takes longer to dry because it's like a little sponge sometimes. And a way of sealing your foam to be nice and smooth is to just all your armor pieces, blast it with your heat gun. That'll melt the foam just the tiniest little bit and create this super smooth finish, especially on high density foam. You do not see any pores. Her skin is glowing. Even here, you can kind of see, it is very hard to see. You can see like a tiny little bump, like right in this area right there. It's like not coming up on camera. But you can see it a little bit. You can see the tiny little pores, but here there are none. They are all melted. So yeah, it's just another way of getting a cleaner finish on your foam. It does have a bit of a shine to it, which can be good. It also is kind of like a makeshift primer. Damn, this looks good. Too bad this was just like a rough test, because this looks fucking awesome. Look how cool it is. It looks just like the picture. Check it out. She's an accurate girly. Damn. And I did that like so freaking quick. And I bet you when I actually go and do it, I'm going to be overthinking and then it's not going to turn out. Okay, but either way, let's finish cutting out the rest of these pieces and then we can move on to the next piece. Andrax, thank you for 8 months. Mystical, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Lloyd James, thank you for the prime. Welcome. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Surely it'll go well the second time. Yeah, I like your wishful thinking. But like the other time, ooh. That was not extended all the way. But that's okay. So, just like the other one, I'm kind of going to cut a little bit away from the line. So I'm going to be doing a lot of sanding on this. Sometimes it's easy to do very geometric shapes because sometimes curves can be a bitch. I would know because I've had to work with curves many times in the past. But there is also a lot of precision that comes with geometric shapes. That is not always fun to deal with. Oh, that cut actually looks so good. Okay, I'm cooking. Bonk me, why? I'm just crafting. Let me do my thing. I'm just a girl. I'm just a creature. still a little bit wider than I would like it to be. I guess it's all right. I'm gonna be sanding it anyway. Yeah, just a baby. Just me. Yeah, we played the second anniversary yesterday on stream. Nice. And you see what I meant by how sometimes when you cut it, it's hard to get straight parallel cuts like this, because usually you're putting it in your hands and it's hard to be perfectly straight. Sometimes you have a little bit of an angle with your cuts. But that's why I like to draw my patterns mirrored, because now the points can line up to each other and I can just sand them flat. And then it like actually works out pretty well. These are rough, but because I'm going to be sanding them anyway, it's going to smooth them out nicely. And it's like, you might as well not worry about getting these cuts super clean and accurate if you're going to be rounding them out anyway, because the top and like the bottoms, they're very round corners. They're not blocky like the foam is right now. So if you're going to be sanding it anyway, you might as well just sand out the little imperfections that you might end up getting. So yeah, these are going to be the toes. Yeah, that's going to look much better, having them a little bit thicker. Kind of going to be like that. And then once these are sanded the way I want them to, I'm probably going to cut an angle into these on this side, so that way the angle sits flush with wherever I want them to line up on the shoe. But that'll depend. I'm probably going to have to like tape them on while I have them on my foot to make sure they're not going to hinder my mobility. I'm not going to be able to use stairs, most likely, because they're going to be sticking out quite a considerable amount. So, I don't know if I'll be able to use stairs. Maybe if I, like, walk up the steps sideways. But yeah. That's what they're going to look like. Ooh, especially if we hold this one up on the side. You guys will get a really good idea of... Pachita! Thank you for the 10 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you. But it's like, sometimes you can get away with using elevators, but because I'm gonna have the massive fucking dragons, I don't know if I will be able to fit in an elevator. And if I'm going to be bringing this to AX, y'all know there's stairs everywhere. Definitely won't be able to fit on those narrow escalators. But yeah, you kind of get the idea. Boom. Ah, like that. I am so bad at not just like sitting down and making the thing. I always need to like double check and triple checks and hold my work up to what I'm working on to make sure everything is definitely gonna like fit correctly, because I've had so many times where that has not been the case, and then I have to like redo a bunch of things because I didn't do it right the first time. That's why I'm definitely a bit slow when it comes to crafting, because I'm such a perfectionist. And it's like, I try to do things perfect, like, you know, the first step, but there's like 10 steps. So it's like, why did you bother wasting your time trying to make it perfect on the first step when you can just fix any imperfections on the other steps? You know, it do be like that sometimes. Measure twice, cut once. Exactly. Those are some wise words to live by. Yeah, I know you don't have to be perfect, but that's also kind of why I appreciate streaming, is because everything's live and you can't like edit stuff out. You know, your flaws are going to be on display in front of many, 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 many eyes. And I was a cosplayer first, and because I was kind of bumped up to masters really early on, I had very high expectations, like for myself from other people. People like the judges and my fellow competitors saw that I was competing as a master, and they were like, "Oh, damn! Like she knows her stuff. Like she's serious." But in reality, I was put there. I don't want to say I didn't earn that spot, but normally when you enter in a cosplay competition, you put yourself in one of three categories. Beginner, it's also called novice, intermediate, also called journeyman, or masters. And of course, as a noob, never competing before, you can enter in the novice division, the beginners, right? However, once you win 3 major awards in your division, you are expected to move yourself up to the next highest division. Because if someone with like a lot of awards and experience keeps competing as a beginner, that's not fair to other people competing in the same category as you. So I was like, that makes sense. So my first competition, I won that crowd award, right? The crowd was cheering hella loud and they gave me an award for that. But then the judges also decided that I was going to place a major award. And I was like, oh shit, hell yeah, it's my first time. Next competition, I still entered in a beginner because, you know, I didn't win my 3 major awards. And I had won first place that time. And so now I'm like, well, technically I have 3 awards. And I didn't know if the audience award was considered a major award because audience awards are rare. They're usually like a judge's award. And judges awards are minor awards. But I didn't know what the audience constituted as because that wasn't like specifically stated. So because I didn't want to get into trouble, my next competition, my 3rd competition ever, I entered in as the intermediate category, the journeyman. I placed 2nd place. And so I'm like, okay, well, I guess that solidifies my spot in the journeyman category because I officially won an award in that category, right? And so the 4th competition rolls around and I enter in the journeyman division because I only have 1 award. I'm definitely not master yet. And usually for cosplay competitions, they start with the beginner category and they announce the awards for the beginners, and the master is the last one because those are like the most impressive costumes. And so they call up all of the novice class winners. They call up all of the journeyman class winners, and my name's not called. And I'm like, well, you know, you win some, you lose some. And then they get to the master division, and my name is called to receive a master level award. And I'm like, I did not enter myself in the master division. And the judge is handing me the award, and they were pretty much saying, like, we were so impressed with your work, and there wasn't anybody else who had competed this year that was worthy to receive a master level award. So we decided to bump you up because we wanted you to get the master level award because that's where your quality of craftsmanship was at. And I'm like, ah! There's literally a picture that my mom took of me holding up my award with like, and it's like, it's funny because it's in this like big like stage room that they usually have these competitions in. So it's like this big ballroom with the screens and everything, and of course the lights are dimmed, and there's this picture that my mom took with like the flash on, and it like brightens up my face so much that you can literally see the tears in my eyes and on my cheeks because I was just fucking losing it. I was like, what do you What do you mean? Just like in cosplay, just absolutely ruining my makeup. I'm afraid you might be protagonist. This is manga levels of plot twist. Isn't that crazy though? But then ever since that time, I was like, I didn't even get the number of awards I needed. I only have 1 journeyman award when I needed 3 to move up to masters. And so my next time competing was in the master division. And that was the one contest I didn't win because I still had a lot to learn. I ended up winning the next time though. And the time after that. But it just goes to show that it really depends on who else is there competing. Y'all are gonna have to look at my fat tits instead. Yeah, sometimes maybe the judges get blinded by other things. No, the judges are really, really professional. However, sometimes, depending on how often you compete, you kind of run into the same judges. And sometimes you end up befriending the judges. And you have to really trust that they will be professional and unbiased enough to judge everyone properly. Which, in my experience, it has always been very, very, very fair and professional. But some competitions aren't always like that, unfortunately. Pump it. Who did that sound? What sound? The sound alert? Twitch chatters. Shaking my head. They're crazy. Is this... What angle is that? Booby jump scare! No. Those aren't very scary. Although they say that you attract what you fear. Wait, a hype train? What? Thank you! Heffa thank you for 15 months. Okada, thank you for 21 months. Siku, thank you for resubbing. Thank you. Judges recognize as main characters. It's all in the hairstyle. I freaking can't. Dan, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Holly, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, so these two are gonna get glued together. Oh, let me cut this.
It's radical.
What?
Radical.
Rappy!
Drink it.
Drink it! Nihlister's foot is telling you to order Pyro Power right now. It's delicious. Drink it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 25 gift subs, Rappy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Svenpine, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Hi, everyone. I got my little baby immersion breaking hands today. Hi, everyone. Narcofox, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Raiders. Welcome. My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber. Woo! Things get a little hot in here. But today, I am working on my cosplay of Nihlister from the game Nikke. This is a pretty long-term build. I've been a cosplayer for 11 years, and for most of that time, I competed professionally in cosplay craftsmanship competitions. So I know how to make a lot of stuff, and so I use my know-how to share my crafting abilities, help answer questions that you guys might have about cosplay or crafting, and by the end of this, we're going to have a really cool result for a cosplay that I will be wearing myself. And that'll probably be in the next year. But I hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, Raiders, for coming in. We're very, very close to 300,000 Twitch followers. So I really, really appreciate you guys following.
I am lobotomized. It's how I'm so silly and fun.
Yeah! Yeah! Things are very silly and fun here. But yeah, we're working on the little toes of her feet. These are the shoes that I'm gonna be gluing stuff to. And so her little toes are gonna stick out. We have a couple other pieces that we're working with here. Y'all are gonna have to look at my fat tits instead. No, please look at the expert craftsmanship.
Crabs, I'm
That is
already
happening.
subscribed to Sinder, but did you pay your Sinder tax?
There is no tax. See? And the heel. Wow, look at, wow, it's gonna be coming together. Love the idea of a clear wedge. Yeah, because I'm gonna have a lot of weight, especially with the dragon cannons strapped to my back. So I wanted to make sure the shoes were very, very sturdy.
It's radical!
Ow!
Radical!
Radical!
Drink it!
Smegan! Thank you for the 25 subbies! Thank you! Thank you! Thanks for being so radical. And for giving everybody a reminder to order Pyro Power at Gamer Subs. You can use the command GG in chat. Twitch chat, not YouTube chat, sorry. YouTube doesn't have that kind of feature. Thank you for the 5 anonymous gift subs. Thank you. Changefall, thank you for 2 months. I appreciate it. I can't really talk about my favorite cosplay because a lot of the really cool stuff I've done were kind of niche characters, and I don't really want to expose myself. So this is gonna be the favorite one once it's done. So now I will be able to glue together the toes and sand them. Unfortunately, I can't do that on stream because I stream in a basement, and that kind of sucks. But we make do with what we got. And so this technique that I showed you guys with the heat shaping and stuff, this is something that I'm not going to do until these pieces are glued and sanded exactly the way I want them to be, because if I'm going to be sanding curves into these, we might end up sanding off some of the parts that we don't want sanded off. So this is definitely like a finishing kind of detail technique. It really depends on the order of operations for certain pieces. Sometimes you do want the details on. Let's say if this was a separate piece that we're going to be gluing onto a different piece, then sure, we'd be able to do it at this step. But because there's still a lot of crafting work to be done on the toes, we are going to hold off doing this for the time being until all that other work is done. Yeah, right before the primer, exactly. Okay, next. I kind of want to work on the heel, but I think the ankle is going to be a little more straightforward. Primer? Yo, any primers in chat? Crunchy, you're not real. Yeah, Amazon Prime. You get a free Twitch sub. Yeah. It's true. Kylie, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. I can't believe it. Sorry, I'm just taking a break to drink some Pyro Power. Delish. Yum, yum, yum. Alrighty, so because this piece also has 3D parts to it, kind of like this. Actually, we might be able to make it work. Nah, I think it'll be easier for us to cut it. For us to cut this for now. Because at least this part right here, this edge at the top, is mostly showing thickness. Like how thick the armor is. It's not necessarily a separate piece that gets joined at a seam, but rather how thick the actual foam is. So, because that is how I'm interpreting this, it's okay to cut it. But I like to have the detail parts drawn onto my blueprint sometimes so I can kind of visualize better how it's going to be in a 3D space. But for now, we can go ahead and cut that off. It really depends how your brain works when it comes to making patterns and blueprints and all that kind of stuff. And that's just what makes my brain understand things a little bit easier. But we can just cut this. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Emma Lamara, thank you for the gift sub. Arcturus, thank you for 4 months. Brick Darkstar, thank you for 16. Danish Panther, holy shit, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Welcome, thank you. Spent Pine, thank you for the 5 gift subs. You guys are making the hype train go crazy again. Oh my goodness. Joe's Arts, thank you for 27 months. Thank you. Thank you. Wish you could see the YouTube live chat and the VOD stream. That might be against Twitch TOS, if I remember correctly. But it's difficult to combine them. But I can still see them both separately. I have 2 separate chat boxes open for me to read. So, we're going to take this and our poster board again. And make a pattern. So I might wanna, we'll see. I might want to extend the center a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see how our first pattern prototype works. How many hours have I spent creating this so far? I honestly don't really keep track of the hours. When it's done, you know? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Some people actually do log their hours because it's really impressive, especially if they are going to be judged for a contest, to say, I spent 500 hours beading my dress by hand. It's like, damn, that's a lot of beads. Some people actually like count how many beads they use. They'll be like 10,000 beads, 500 hours of beading. Like, that makes it sound crazy impressive. Plus, they're like really fun facts too. It's like, oh damn, that's a lot of time that this person spent doing this thing. And technically, most of my progress, at least how much time it takes, will be documented by how long my streams are. But the thing with streaming cosplay crafting is that I tend to get distracted yapping and talking to chat. And so maybe that slows down my focus and how fast I'm working on things. Especially because I like to explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it. But I also am going to be doing a lot of work off stream for the gluing and sanding. And for those of you guys who are new, the reason why I can't glue or sand is because I stream from a basement. And the basement has very bad ventilation. So if I want to use the kind of glue that I need to use, I use contact cement. Now we're gonna have to look at my fat tits instead. So contact cement is very, very, very toxic if you breathe it in. And I have a respirator, so I'm not breathing in the fumes. But because I don't have a well-ventilated workspace, the fumes are just gonna stay lingering in the room. And I'm going to breathe them in anyway when I take off the respirator. Because the tiny-ass basement window is not enough to clear out the toxic gas that it creates. Yeah, it takes a while to disperse, exactly. So, that's just gluing. But then I can't do any of the dremeling because a Dremel is a rotary tool that spins at a very, very fast rate. And because it spins to sand things, that causes foam dust to kick up into the air. And then I'd be getting foam dust all over my webcam and my keyboard over here and my tracking phone and my stream deck and my audio interface and my new PC that I just set up because my old PC wasn't working very well. And so that'd just be a total bitch to clean out the tiny little specks of foam dust out of the fans of my PC potentially. So that one is mostly more of like a mess. And to my lungs, well, that's why you wear a mask. Like an N95 mask. Dust mask. Time to get a fume hood. Even so, it might be difficult to put the pipe or whatever, the tube out the window, because the window is so tiny. But I can at least work in the garage in Mama and Papa Wolf's house because they have that kind of space over there, so I just have to do it over there, which kind of sucks because I really wanted to do like 100% of the work on stream so you guys could see absolutely every step of the process. But safety over everything. I don't want to damage my lungs and then never be able to stream ever again. Vincent, thank you for 18 months. Nimbus, thank you for gifting a sub.
Thank you.
Let me peel this off first. No, that is not good for you. It is actually very bad for you. So yeah, you gotta be careful when using really toxic glues, adhesives, working with tiny little particles. That includes airbrushing, because when you use an airbrush, the paint comes out as like a vapor. Like, it's also very easy to breathe in paint when you're airbrushing. Just wear masks. Wear respirators. It really depends on what exactly you're doing. Okay. Now that we have our pattern, we cut. And then once it's cut out, we can see if and how we need to adjust. Adjust, adjust, adjust. Paint. Delicious. I do live in a basement, yeah, unfortunately. My parents are in the process of building a house. So I will at least have my own living space in probably a year. Because my dad is just one guy building this whole house. So hopefully in a year I can move out. I currently live with like family friends. So I live at their house and they have a finished basement. So I've got my desk down here. I've got a bed down here, but it's tough having to work and sleep and exist all in just like one basement room. So I'm definitely excited to have my own kitchen and bedroom and living room and office. That'll be really nice. Yeah. I've been trying to help fund the house by giving my dad extra money, especially to hire building teams. But every time he hires someone, something goes wrong. And so it's just like taking even longer. And it's just like, man, I want to move out. Yeah, cosplay really does take a lot of patience. Especially if it's something that you're not really used to making. And trying to learn a whole new skill takes a lot of time. Full stream studio? Well, I'll have my own office. That'll have my streaming desk, cosplay crafting desk, and it'll be separate from my bedroom and everything else. We're making Nihlister from Nikkei. Silicone mask for cosplays? Like, what kind of silicone mask? Like for a specific kind of character? Okay. We get the center point. Fold on the line. Fold, fold. Ooh, look how symmetric that is. Look at that fold. That folded like perfectly in the center. Damn. So then, there is one more, like, angle, kind of. It's like right here. And then right here. Kind of like wings. Maybe I can make it a little bit lower, but keep it straight. Maybe not, because then the angle kind of goes back. We want more of a straight angle. And it kind of does lift up a little like that. Cool! Yeah. Just for good measure, I'm gonna put the other shoe on my foot. Because sometimes seeing it like on your own leg is helpful. You also want to make sure that when you have pieces on your feet and ankles, that when the two shoes are like walking next to each other, it's not sticking out so far that you're going to be clipping it every time you walk. And a little bit of a workaround is to kind of have the inside of your armor a little bit flatter than the outside. So that way it still gives that little bit of volume on the sides, but not necessarily on the middle, because you don't want to be bending the foam more than it needs to be. Okay. So, let me line this up on my foot. I got a crazy idea, but I don't know if it's a good one. So, these shoes, I've done this for one other cosplay before. So you see how when I line up the shoes, right? On the picture, you can see the leg armor kind of going underneath this, but that means there's no shoe here. So, what I've done in the past is cut some of the fake leather off the shoe and re-sewed a different hemline to make the boot shorter. And then that way, it's like a little more accurate. The problem with that is that I don't know how it's gonna fit, because sometimes the ankle part is what keeps it more secure on your foot. Hold on, let me try tucking it in on the one on my foot right now. Just to like see what it looks like on my foot. I also can't cut too much off because the heel part here is like very sturdy. Like this is all very, very sturdy. You know, this is softer. All right, I tucked it in. Let's see what this looks like. It still stays on. I might do that. Because I think it'll look better. Because the extra bulk on the top is going to show. Here, let me show you guys. All right. The other shoe is this. It's kind of hard to show them. You move this. All right, hold on. My headphones are beeping at me because the battery is getting low. Let me replace that. But you can see like how much extra height off the ankle it takes off. And technically, they do make boots that are only like true ankle height, because these are technically ankle boots. And sometimes they cover the ankle, but sometimes they're like right up to the ankle. But you can really see, you know, if these are, you know, the same. That's why it's so handy having a grid cutting mat. Because like if we line up like the bottom, like right there. It's like this comes up to this line and this comes up to this line, you know? That's like a whole 2 inches off the top. Yeah, rubbing on my ankle? It wouldn't be rubbing on my ankle because I wouldn't just tuck it in like this. What I would do, I've done this before, okay? So don't like come at me for ruining the shoes, okay? I've done this before. So what you do is make sure the shoes are unzipped, okay? You cut. Hear me out. You cut, not all the way, but just a little bit of the way to the length you want. And then, I don't think, no, this doesn't have like a lining. So then, after you cut it, you flip it like this, like you would. Oh, also what I did is I seam ripped the zipper. Yeah, you want to do that first. You want to, well, you can cut it. You can cut it first. Seam rip the zipper. So you want to take the stitches out where the zipper is. And that way the zipper is separate. Then, without the zipper, you fold these down. And you can just use contact cement because that stays. And then, taking the extra bit of zipper, you want to add a couple stitches, like just by hand with a needle and thread. And if you use a black thread, it'll be really hard to see. Then when you go to zip the shoe back up, the thread between the zipper teeth will stop the zipper from zipping up higher. Because if you were to just cut this off and then zip the boots back up, the zipper's going to slide right off the tracks. Because that's how zippers work. But if you stitch the sides in between the zipper teeth, it's going to create a makeshift stopper. And it's not going to zip up any higher. So this is going to be glued down. The zipper is going to be stitched into place. And you have shorter boots. It won't rub on my ankle because the inside here you can kind of see a little bit. It's hard to see. It's kind of like a sturdier part to the heel. See, it's kind of like this is the edge of the heel. But yeah, I think that'll work. I just can't do it shorter than this because the shoe won't fold in any lower than that. But I mean this, if it's only that tall, and then I put the armor there, and then the leg armor, probably won't be on top of the shoe. I'll probably like right up against, but like I made the armor to fit under the ankle armor, but I think I might adjust that a little bit. You can already see it coming together. Thank you. Not every it's hard for some people to visualize certain things, and also this isn't going to be exactly pulled tight like this because of the thickness here. So it's gonna kind of be this far away from the actual shoe, which is actually so awesome because then we get the actual point almost at the edge of the tip of the toe, which is great for this reference because there is no toe. And the extra added height that comes from the platform means it makes sense for the toes to be at the height that they are. Hell yeah. All right, so here comes the slightly disappointing part. You see how nice and clean and sharp these angles are? We're not going to be able to do this out of foam with one symmetrical piece like this. It's going to have to be one piece of foam like this, one piece of foam like that, and then gluing the edges together to get a pointy seam. Unfortunately. But that's okay, because the cool thing about that is we can actually add in a separate piece that will make this thicker, and then we can just sand and fill it to make it look like the actual thickness of the armor. Yeah, we gotta cut that bevel! There's a cosplayer. So, I'm thinking 6mm foam. Let me get some. I don't knock my microphone over. This is 6mm foam. I think this will work well, because if I enhance, see how it's thick across the entire top? If we have this as our starting point for the thickness, it'll still be sturdy enough to hold its shape. I'm probably going to add some Warbler behind it just to keep those little like fin portions a little sturdier. That'll be after we assemble everything though. And then we can add on to the 6mm foam to add that extra thickness towards the point. So that's what we're going to be working with. Just so you guys can kind of see what I'm working with. Okay. And now that we know that this size and shape is going to work in a 3-dimensional way up against our shoe, we can go ahead and take our original pattern because it's the exact same. And because it's only half the pattern, it's easy to just trace it onto our foam. Now this foam roll is much bigger than my desk, so it might be hard to see. Oh, you know what I'll do? I will do what I've done the past several times. I'm going to loosely trace around the shape, and then I will cut out the foam in a big chunk, and then I will do the more precise cutting with you guys. I usually try to use the least amount of foam as possible. Least amount of foam as I possibly can. Oh, we need another set. Because 2 sides is 1 ankle. We need 2 ankles. Good job. Don't forget to flip it over on the other side. Ba ba bum 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 bum. Okay. So now we cut. Listen. Because I traced around so loosely, I can just kind of cut near those lines. And then we can actually trace around our shape. Just because the giant roll is so cumbersome, and it's very hard to keep it open and keep our pieces of foam flat, sometimes it's easier to just cut big chunks and then do the rest of the work after you cut it out. There we go. I'm using high density foam. dense. Very dense boy. Okay. My day's been good. I hope you've been having a good one too. Master of cosplaying. I don't know about that. Yeah, I normally do have my nails looking nicer for hand cam streams, but because a lot of cosplay is detail work and glue and sanding, they just kind of get beat up. And especially working with foam, if I were to accidentally scratch or poke the foam, it's going to leave a mark that will not go away. So I want my little nubby baby hands for cosplay work.
Just a baby.
I'm only this good because I have spent a long time practicing, learning, trial and error. It also helps to tackle projects that have like a variety of techniques that could potentially be used. So I would recommend finding a project that you are passionate about, but also teaches you something new. Yeah, I'm always looking forward to helping out you guys with cosplay related questions. Absolutely. Okay. So now that our pattern is taped down, we can trace this without it moving around on us. The foam is like bending a little. You want to make sure your foam stays flat for the most part. If it's curved like this and then you tape the pattern on it, when you trace the pattern and then straighten out your foam, your pattern pieces are gonna shift. So you want it to be pretty flat when you actually trace your pieces out. This one is laying flat. Maybe one day you'll see me judge a cosplay competition. The problem with that is usually when you see a lineup of judges for a cosplay competition, in order for them to publicly be qualified to judge, they'll be like, oh, this person has this many years in the industry and has competed this many times and has like a whole track record to prove their fit for the job. But for me, because I wasn't Sinder the whole time I was a cosplayer, that wouldn't really be something that they could use to prove my track record. Unfortunately. Except me saying so. And then it's whether or not people would believe me. Bam, bam, bam. Easiest cosplay I've ever done? Probably just like something store-bought. It's so funny that now that I'm thinking about store-bought cosplays, every time you still have to style a wig, and that's never easy. I freaking hate that. I guess. Probably one of the Danganronpa cosplays. $3D printing? Yeah, I've done a lot of 3D printing in the past. Stinky, thank you for 10 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bum, ba-dum, 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 bum. I think this one goes this way. This one definitely goes this way. I'll do this one next. And then process of elimination for the last one. First stream, welcome. I'm glad you were able to catch it today. I try to do the more EU-friendly streams at least once a week, whenever I can. Just so that way the stream doesn't start too late for you guys over there. You are not late to a stream ever, unless you show up and I'm no longer live. No such thing as being late to a stream, because you guys are always welcome to show up whenever you are free, whenever you get the chance to, and sometimes our schedules just don't line up, and that's okay. If you can only stop in for a little bit, 3 hours into the stream, I'm still streaming. That's not late. The stream's still happening. Spoot, thank you for 11 months. Mr. Theophanis, thank you for 6 months. Thank you. Yeah, I try to stream a little bit earlier, because I know some of you guys are like just going to bed as I'm starting stream, and I feel so bad. But that's just the time that works best for my time zone most of the time. It happens.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum.
Like to listen to people talk about their interests? Oh, I could yap about cosplay for forever. That's why sometimes my crafting streams are like some of my longest streams. It really just depends. I've been in a crazy crafting mood, especially since the 2-year anniversary. Amazing. Especially seeing all the cosplays that were featured in the anniversary live stream. There was even a Nihlister cosplay, and she looks so freaking good. And it motivates and inspires me so much. Whoop. Syndicate! Thank you for the 5 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. Guys, you're always so sweet. How am I going to transport it? So, most of it is going to be shipped to the location that I will be wearing it to. Depending on what that location is. I do have more of a solid plan if it ends up going to Anime Expo. But depending on where else I might be able to wear it, I could drive. I hate driving. I'd also have to get a working vehicle. But like, I could. That's just an option. I really don't like driving too far, so it would probably like depend. But there's like no events near me that's not like quite a long drive. Yeah, my car kicked the bucket pretty recently. So that's cool. How'd I got on YouTube? So you just make an account and you just like start doing stuff with it. You just start uploading videos. Professional for hair and makeup. So, I've always done my own makeup, except that one time I did the photo shoot in Japan that I showed you guys pictures of when I did my Japan stories. That was the first time I've ever had my makeup done by somebody else. Because it's like, I know how to do it. Because that's another skill I've just kind of picked up over the years of being a cosplayer. So I just do it myself. I know my face shape the best to make it look the best, I guess. But also, I style most of my wigs. I did not style the wig for myself. That's actually the first time I've ever gotten a wig commissioned for the cosplay of myself just because it's so complex. And I also didn't have the time to put it together myself because I've been so busy with streams and such. And I wanted it for specific convention, and I actually paid a bit of a rush fee on shipping so it would be there on time. Because my first cosplay of myself was for Off-Kai last year, and then I debuted my 2.0 cosplay of myself at WeebCon, and I've just been using the same wig for that. But normally I do style my own wigs. But boy, was it nice to not have to worry about styling a wig for that cosplay. There's just something about plastic hair that is very difficult to work with. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Nihlister yet. I could commission a wig. I might just do that just so it looks really good. And wig styling isn't really something I could stream because that's a lot of hairspray, which would also get all over my equipment, and I do not want that. Okay, this one goes this way. Yeah, like that. Heading out, take care. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with me. Favorite game of all time is Okami.
Ow!
Okami is what inspired my entire design as a VTuber. That and metal music. Specifically, Shepherd of Fire by Avenged Sevenfold. Hairspray, the ultimate weakness for a cosplayer who streams their cosplay making process. Yeah. That stuff gets everywhere. Especially the hairspray that most cosplayers use. It's called Got to Be Glued. And it is literally a glue. So imagine spraying glue all over your tech. Oh, I don't want to think about it. Ugh. Mm-mm. Oh, you were a dancer? Yeah, dancers hella saturate their hair with hairspray. Because in like dance competitions, if your hair moves, that's like minus points, right? Because it looks sloppy. I think it's like certain types of dance. Usually more like classical, ballet, stuff like that. Tips for someone who wants to cosplay but doesn't know how? The internet. Sometimes just finding a character to cosplay is the hardest part. Because you want to find a character that is important to you, that means something to you, that you resonate with a lot. Because then it's more fun to embody them yourself if it's someone that you really like as a character. Now, if this character of yours is someone that you think does not look like you, that does not matter. If the character is an opposite gender, or if the character is a different body type than you, or if the character has a different skin color, none of that matters. You can just be yourself as the character. It does not have to be a one-to-one exact replica of the character coming to life. It literally is more unique and more recognizable if you stay true to yourself while dressing up as the character. Anybody can be anything, anyone. I've seen buff dudes cosplay Misty from Pokemon, and they look fucking great. And it's like a cool, quirky take on the character, you know? I love that stuff. Some people make like Doom Guy as Sailor Moon. Like they'll mash up stuff. And it's so fun and quirky, and that's some of people's favorite costumes to see at conventions, is things like that have so much creativity. This. Nice. Okay. We have the right number of pieces. Did I not add another piece of tape on this one? I guess not. Words you never thought you'd hear? Yeah. I've seen Disney princesses as like armored baddies. Like they make custom armor sets that you can get designed by people or design your own. I've seen armored Totoro. Jessica Negri did that one actually. You can get crazy creative. It looks awesome. Okay, I'm gonna use my straight edge. Don't understand how women walk with those shoes on. Well, these shoes are fictional. I'm gonna be walking in less obnoxious shoes. Plus, who says it has to be a woman? Dudes can rock heels. Yo, I've seen some drag queens with heels that I could never fucking walk in, and they're doing like flips and squats and cartwheels. I'm like, hell nah. The amount of strength you need to have to pull that off is crazy. Think Nihlister's legs are prosthetics? Well, she is a robo girl. Look at that clean cut. I love it. Love it so much. Wub, 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 wub. From the knee down, it looks mostly robotic rapture. Oh, for sure. But we're gonna try to translate that into real life. I'm actually gonna cut from this side. Might be a little difficult. Let's add this for extra stability. So the reason why I flipped this piece over to cut it from this side. So if I were to just cut with my ruler right here, because it's on the edge of the foam, it's likely to tip like this. And if you tip your ruler up, there's a chance that the blade can slip underneath and then you're cutting the wrong part. That's why I added this extra piece of foam, so that way the ruler had more of a surface that was the same level for it to sit on, so it wouldn't wiggle around like that. And the reason why I didn't cut it from this side was because this is like the edge of our actual piece. It's not like extra foam. And if we were to cut right along the edge, like I was saying earlier, the blade pinches the foam a little bit at first. And when you have a little point like this, when you cut the point, it's more likely to have a bit of a wavy, wonky cut to it because of how bendy the foam is. So you got to take the flexing of the foam into account when you're cutting your pieces. If you want like really, really like precise cuts, look how precise that is, right on the line. Wow. Wow. It will still pinch even if you use a sharp blade. It's just because it's, you know, metal being pulled against it. Even if it's sharp, it'll still do that a little bit. My blade is very sharp. Very sharp. It really just depends on how you cut and the kind of blade you're using. Damn, that's like really good. Yeah, I did do my dailies. I'm gonna do them after stream. Okay, next. So planning out the cuts is something I do too, because to avoid cutting from the side again and messing up this corner, I'm going to start from the middle of the foam and then cut to the edge. And then I'm going to do the same thing here, start at the middle and cut to the edge. Because if you cut like this, you have the chance of cutting into your actual piece. So I try to cut away from all the corners. Yeah. I'm just using my brain, don't mind me. Oh, beautiful. And again with this one. I cut not exactly on the inside of this line. I left some of the Sharpie because I knew that trying to get this cut super smooth and round would be a little difficult, and you'd probably get a little bit of the blade mark showing. So I'm just gonna sand that when I sand the rest of these pieces. A little bit of cleanup work. Whee! So I started at the very top of the foam piece instead of starting at the line. And because I started at the top, you can see kind of where it pinched a little bit. Like right there, that little pinch. And that's why I don't start my cuts like on the line.
Hey Cinder, Jazzy here.
Hey,
I'm here as a representative of all Pyro Pups with a signed potion. We request for all Pyro Pups to receive jetpacks. Our paws can't reach the pedals of cars, so flying is the best option.
You guys can already float!
We await your response. Thank you for your time.
You guys can... No. Did you not see the artwork I posted on Halloween by Grado Doggo? I can't show the whole piece because it's kind of spicy. But you guys might have missed something pretty important. Let me show you. Let me show you. This? Did you not see the zoomies? Literally, look, you're like a fucking shooting star, okay? You tell me that your floating isn't fast enough. You guys are zooming out there. You guys can already float and fly and zoomies. Zoomy, zoomy, zoom. More speed? Well, that's too bad. Decline. Yeah, we'll shoot you out of a cannon. There you go. Thank you for the big cheer, Jazzy. Thank you for resubbing. Thank you. Beast King, thank you for 2 years. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much. You never let us have anything? I'll remember that. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll remember that. I'm gonna remember you said that. Bum, ba, da, bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, bum. Okay, this might be a bit of a wonky cut. That's right on the end. I'm gonna try. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. That was really good. That was good. I'm so good. Hell yeah. Look at me go. I'm so good. I do be cooking. Okay. Not bad. Okay. Okay. So, something that you can do. I actually bought a tool for this, but I am not confident enough with my cuts yet. It makes beveled cuts. So what we're going to need to do in order to get the seam to be crispy and straight, because if you put two pieces of foam together like this in a corner, you're going to have the 6mm foam edge showing in some way. So what we need to do is cut this on a bevel, which means like a 45-degree angle, right? Now, you could just take your knife and hold your arm like this and cut, but it's really hard to get a consistent straight
Hey
cut
Cinder,
manually.
I have to confess that I got a new puppy and he is a lot cuter than Charlie.
You know what? I can totally see that. There's a lot of little guys cuter than Charlie. Yeah, bevels are really hard to get right, but there's a tool called the bevel, which is a little gadget that you put a blade in and you can adjust the angle to cut at. But the thing is that I don't know what angle I want this to be at yet, so I don't want to cut it just yet. What I can do is give a guide for myself. Cut off a little strip, and that way I know for sure which way I need to sand. You see how that's kind of cut at this angle? So it's going to create a triangular shape. When I have another piece of foam that's doing the same thing, which I don't have yet, but it'll create a perfect flush seam, depending on how close I glue the edges. So we just need to do that on the other side. But still checking.
Alright,
There's
having
also gonna
looked
be...
up that artwork I can see the zooming up.
Yeah.
In our defense, we were a little distracted by the other parts of the picture.
Sure. I am going to, though, grab this piece. Because it's still a little thick. This is going to be the little insert there that adds a bit of thickness. I could probably just make this out of like 2mm foam. I'm going to tape it just to see what it looks like. Type. type. Doesn't want to stay down. Stay down. There, that's better. Ah, you see, is it giving? Actually, this, with this angle, it might just perfectly cover the top of that new shoe hem. It's hard to bend the foam without the little foam piece here coming off, or the paper piece coming off.
Hey Cinder, did you consider using stilts at all due to the mechanical nature of Nihlister's feet? Just a
Nope.
curious puppo. Also hello.
Nope. Because it's already gonna be a hassle walking around with the giant dragons that are gonna be strapped to my back. So I wanted my shoes
did a really
to be
good job.
as sturdy as I could while still kind of giving that mechanical foot illusion. What brand of shoes? I actually don't know. There is no tag or name on the inside of the shoe. I just got these off of eBay. And then also, when we finally get to actually making the details on here, we're going to use the same technique that I've been using. That angle is wrong. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to use the same technique that I used for the toe. By cutting apart the pattern and tracing it onto the same piece of foam. Meet, meet, meet. I might just have to sand that. Yeah. Little difficult to cut. But that's fine. All right. I'm going to do the opposite side next so we can line them up to each other and see how it looks. Okay. First cut, it will kill. And so, oh, the bevel's backwards, so I can't show it like that. I'll show it when I'm done cutting. Yeah. PRMXT, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Sly, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you. All right. Okay, so this one's like backwards. Not backwards, mirrored. There's a difference. Nice. Very nice. Simulation is so tedious. Yeah. It gets better when you're stronger. But thus is dailies. Straight edges can either make your life so much easier or they can make your life so much more difficult.
Hi Cinder,
Hi.
hope you are doing well.
I
As well as the
am.
fellow pups. Here's some Cinder tax to be used for some not so secret chocolate ice cream.
Thank you. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Bum, 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 ba-da, ba, bum, 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 ba-da-dum.
Our
Beautiful.
nerds forgot to pay the Cinder tax this week.
There is
Dumb
no
question,
tax.
did you take advantage of cheap candy day yesterday or nah?
Nah. Because nobody come to my house, so I got a bunch of candy. There's so much extra. I saw a bunch of videos that were saying that Halloween wasn't great this year for a lot of people. Kids have no manners. Nobody really went out for candy. Then the kids that did were rude. Why are you face palming? Super small amount too. Yeah. It's like, that's it. Next year, I'm going to get candy. If the kids aren't going to be trick-or-treating. More for us, right? We haven't hit 300K yet. We're still super close. We're at 299,947 followers. Super close. It just rounds up on Twitch. So these angles aren't perfect because I just kind of snipped them really quick. But you would line them up kind of like this. And you'll get that nice sharp edge like we did here. And then these line up here. And also when you're trying to make foam bend around a curve, it'll bend and hold its shape easier if you heat it up with a heat gun first. But that looks perfect! The way they line up like that. Perfect, amazing, beautiful. So, because I didn't cut these at a bevel myself, I just kind of snipped them a little bit with scissors. That's kind of what
Cinder,
you want
what
to
material
do.
are you using right now? Also
EVA
chat
foam.
Cinder on a sugar rush sounds scary even though Halloween is over.
I don't
JK.
really get sugar rushes. I just get happy. So, the reason why it's important to cut off even a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, so you don't want to quite cut too close to the edge. That's going to be straight at the front, because what you're going to do is just sand it. You can use a Dremel, you can use a rotary sander to sand this smooth, and you can sand it up to the edge. That way you can just go gradually at different angles to line them up. And then if you need to steepen the angle, you can. But I would start with a shallow angle first, just in case. And then if you need to make the angle steeper, you can, depending on how sharp the angle you sand it at is. But because we cut off the tiny little strip first, it's a lot less foam that you need to sand off. So because we already have the angle sort of
Speaking
started,
of treats, is there
only
any
have to sand
update on the Cinder
a little
Gamer
bit.
Subs collection items being shipped to anyone yet?
I think
Sorry,
December.
just a curious Pyro Pups Cinder 6 flower.
December. It does say when you will expect it on the order page when you guys pre-ordered. It usually says, but people usually don't pay attention because they just know it's going to be a while because it's a pre-order. Yeah, technically, the earliest would be early December, I think. If we're talking the 14 or the 12 to 14 weeks, I think that it normally is. 12 to 16 weeks. Yeah, it depends. It depends. So yeah, that is our first little ankle, just roughly. And because there are like little detail bits on these, I would still recommend gluing these together first and then doing the details. However, there is also that little angle kind of right there that has this bend out a little. And we can just do that ourselves by heating up the foam a little bit and bending it. We don't want it to stick out too much though, because on the inside of our legs, and the inside of my legs, I'm the one wearing this, there's a chance that when your feet walk, you can actually catch pieces of foam that are sticking out. So you don't want it to stick out too far. But we can also probably just like paint that on as like an extra shadow. This little crease that's kind of like right here. See that? It goes like right here. So that could just be paint weathering. It also looks like there's another kind of angle that might be like this. So we could probably shape the foam to be more into that shape. It's like a little bit higher. But if you were to heat this up and then do this, you could create
Hi
something a
Cinder,
little more
just
permanent.
paying the tax here.
There's no tax.
Also, since we are talking about your Nihlister costume,
Yeah.
how much work would you say is remaining for you to finish it?
More work than I've done so far. For sure. Especially the cannons. That's going to be the bulk of the amount of time. It's a very, very, very long-term project that we're doing. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's cut out the other pieces. Oh, easily weeks. Easily months. Mm-hmm. Slide these over. We still haven't hit 300k just yet. Almost. It rounds up on Twitch, but the actual numbers aren't quite there yet. Almost. We're so close. We are 45 followers away. It's like I can taste it. might want to flip my blade around now. I don't want it to start to dull too much because then our foam is really going to tear itself apart if we're using a dull blade. Okay. What's my Twitch? It's just Sinder with an S. Twitch.tv/Sinder. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I'm gonna use this for this side. Beautiful. I'm doing such a good job today. Not me praising myself. Okay. Ooh. This is not a good blade. You see this? See that cut? That's so ugly. I can't believe you've done this.
You did a really good job.
Why would you do this to me? Was that a skill issue? No, that's the blade. Oh my god, you see that? What? What? I don't think so. You're trying to bamboozle me? Not today. Gonna grab a new one. I did get bamboozled. My goodness.
Thanks for all the great advice this stream. It has been really helpful. And
course.
congrats on 300k in advance.
Thank you.
Cinder 6 cool.
Okay, that's better. Dang, now I gotta do cleanup work on those seams, those edges, man. Huh. Oh well.
It happens.
Luckily, this is gonna be on our feet. So when I'm in full cosplay wearing this, it's gonna be the thing that's farthest away. Do not perceive my feet. A little choppy, but not bad. How long have I been doing cosplay? 11 years.
Watching this makes me want
Old.
to do crafty stuff as well.
You should.
I don't cosplay, but I've got an unopened Lego set that could do it. Cinder 6 derp
You
anyway. Great
should.
job. Cinder 6 head pat.
It's like a lot of the techniques used in cosplay are like 100 different hobbies. Because like you can incorporate knitting into cosplay. You can incorporate basket weaving into cosplay. Like you can incorporate 3D printing and painting and embroidery. All kinds of stuff. Leather working. So there might be something cosplay adjacent that you might really, really enjoy trying to pick up and do. Nexty, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Okay. Let's do this one. Stay in there. All right, that's fine. Welding? Depends. That'd be if you're working with metal, which I would not recommend because that gets extremely heavy very quickly. But soldering, definitely soldering. Working with LEDs. It's so funny when people call soldering
Plaza, be
welding.
careful with the sharp objects, Cinder.
I've been handling blades for so long. The only times I've ever cut myself were when I was being stupid. And on stream, I'm not being stupid. The one time I cut myself with a blade was actually with a dull blade. And I was carving XPS foam, the insulation foam. It's really easy to carve with a knife. And you always want to carve away from you. But I was like, oh, it'll be fine. It was not fine because I slipped. Then the other time I cut myself was actually with scissors. So it wasn't even a blade. Well, it was, but they were very sharp scissors. I was cutting a wig, but I was using really heavy fabric scissors and not hair scissors. And yeah, I slipped. But it's cool to say, like, when you literally bleed for your cosplay, like, if I ended up hurting myself with Nihlister, I could say that I bled for Nihlister, and then it's like really badass. And then you can say that you quite literally put blood, sweat, and tears into your build, because the blood when you bleed on it, the sweat because you're working hard, and the tears because you typically cry over your projects because, you know, sometimes things don't work out and you get stressed, and that's okay. That's normal. Don't worry. It's normal to be overworked and stressed out and frustrated when things don't work right, and yeah, that's happened so many times. Faded, thank you for 28 months. Thank you. Diablo, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. I mean, if you say so. Oh, I do say so.
Just listening to you working on your cosplay is inspiring.
Aw.
I am working on a model of a cruise ship, Cinder. 6 thumbs up.
I hope you're having fun with it. Thank you for the biddies, K5. Thank you. Nice. Oh, wait, let me cut the bevel just to get it started. Let's get it started. Ha! Let's get it started in here. I mean, I'm crying on my cosplay. Sometimes I do. Yeah. Mostly tears of stress. Mostly. Scumbag Possum! Thank you! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you so much. Yeah. We're officially 20 followers away from 300k on Twitch! No way! No way! No, I'm not stressed about this build. No, just in the past I have been stressed. I know, we're so close. It's so exciting. Bum bum, ba-da bum bum. Ba-da bum bum. Diablo! Thank you for the 5 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you. Do you guys like the playlist today? Sometimes I just have lo-fi on, but I feel like lo-fi, especially with just like a chill crafting stream, is like sleepy time music. Now, I don't want to be streaming a snooze fest. Probably just cut that. You would love sleepy time? Go take a nap, Crunchy. You work hard. Bum, bum. Oh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. The beat is dropping. We kind of have to change up the playlist I've been listening to normally because of copyright. Because YouTube does not allow any copyrighted music. But YouTube, you can still play it live. You just can't save it in your VOD. Or not YouTube, Twitch. Twitch, you can play it live and just not save it in your VOD. But YouTube doesn't allow it at all. Appreciate that. Aw. Okay. I'm gonna cut this side next. Do it like this. Ten followers away! Ah! That's crazy. Beautiful.
I mean, Cinder, I'm always up for PPA doing things they love and always love supporting M. So you go, girl. Oath thumbs up.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Drowning, drowning, drowning. And we cut.
Come on people, let's get it. We are so close. Let's make it happen. We can do it.
Thank you. Nice. Nice. I like little wings. Whee! Like a pretty butterfly. Plans for the internal frame to hold up the cannons. So that is going to depend on how heavy the actual dragon heads are. Which means I have to make those first. Which I have started. But I like to jump around to a bunch of different pieces. Just because I think that's fun. Drowning. Kaz Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Kratos, thank you for 28 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So next, we got our foam pieces for the ankle. And we got our foam pieces. Oh. For the toe. Toes. Our little toesies, right? So now, all that's left to do is the heel. Just moving these out of our way. I also have a big bag of my paper pattern, so that way I don't lose anything in case I need to use the pattern again. Nice. You guys. We're 2 followers away from hitting 300K. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Homest.
Yes, I am lobotomized.
And I oop.
It's how I'm so silly and fun.
How'd you know? How'd you know that? Yo, we did it, you guys! We officially hit 300,000 Twitch followers. Thank you so much. Yo, we caught it live too. Yo, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. It means so much to me. I really, really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. So now we can celebrate 300K on Twitch and YouTube. You guys want to go 3 for 3? You don't care? Then why the fuck are you here? We can go 3 for 3 because we are getting very close to 300K also on Twitter. Which is actually crazy. So crazy. She's taking her clothes off. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hellfire, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you for 9 months. Thank you, Mouthless. Thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great to hit them all in one stream. Could you imagine? That'd be crazy. But next we're working on boop, the heel, the little dagger on the back of the foot. So methinks I straighten out this little like angle, because the thing with these patterns that I made is that these patterns are traced off of the original artwork, and the artwork is at an angle. So technically we can modify this as much as we want to. Oh, victory howl! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yo, Carolina! Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, Crunchy got one of them. Hell yeah. Oh, Dan, thank you for the 3 gifted subbies. Slinger, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Is it 3 for 300K, you guys? You guys are so sweet. Solaris, thank you for 14 months. Thank you. Thank you. All part of the plan, Corpa. Lyronium, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. All right, so the idea is to sort of make this heel, like the back, not the heel, but like the back of the heel, I guess, because this is where my actual heel in the shoe is going to be. So the goal is to make it geometric and then attach the little spike to the bottom of that. But the thing is that I think that's what this little tab is for. I think this tab is to mark where these like strips, these like metallic strips that kind of go down the side of the shoe. Doesn't look like that's where that would be. Hold on. I have my secret weapon. Let me show you guys my secret weapon. Let's do this one. Okay, I know it looks like a clusterfuck, but it's actually not. This is all the separate Live 2D layers of Nihlister's Live 2D artwork. And here you can see the shoe without the... Oh. Without the ankle part. So now we can kind of see what's happening underneath that ankle armor. But I don't think this is where I got my pattern from. So let me actually open it up in another window so I can see which layer map I want to use. Oh, I think it is that one. It's the one from the back. Let me check the other one. Where's the shoe? Oh, okay. Her shoes are all one piece. Oh, interesting. One piece? Carolina, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate you tuning into my stream on YouTube. Thank you. I'm glad you like my stuff. Thank you, thank you. That's really sweet. Muskyzilla, thank you for the resub. Kang, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Yes,
I'm gonna pull up another one of these.
lobotomized.
Crazy,
it's
crazy
how I'm
things.
so silly and fun.
But it's how I get a better idea of what I'm looking at when it comes to all of the pieces of Nihlister. But here you can actually see, this is the back of her foot from the underside. And then that's the heel that I grabbed. So we need to look at, nope, this one. Oh, yeah, that's the start. Okay, this is the start of the metal strips that go down the side of the foot. Okay, awesome. So I was correct. Hell yeah. Good to know. Good to know. So then if we do have this here, then it would make sense. Well, actually, maybe I want this to be smaller. Maybe we actually want this to be a little lower. Yeah, maybe more like that. A little lower down. Because depending on where we place this is going to get covered if it's too high. But you can see the metal strip is below the ankle armor. So it's more like this. It's a little bit lower. Oh yeah, it's much lower. Probably gonna be like that. Yeah, as much it would make sense to have the whole heel covered like this, I think that's too... Maybe it's not too high up. Depending on the angle, really. It is really hard to tell. I think maybe I'll make it lower just to ensure that you'll be able to see it. Let me stand this up so I can look at it like this. Okay, you know what? I think it's okay if it starts like up higher because I can always angle this tab to just have a steeper angle to match the curve of my foot. Because technically it does look from here like that strip down the side comes from behind this. So I think it'll be okay to have it up a little higher. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what we're gonna do. How does my foot fit in it? Well, you see, this is where the heel goes, and then the top of your foot goes here, and then the toes go right here. Yeah. The bottom of your foot is here. This is your ankle. Shoe. But it does look better having the ankle part shorter. It looks so much better. It's like this is how tall it was before. Looks much better being short. It's not glass, it's actually acrylic. So it's very sturdy. Very, very sturdy heels. All right, but in order to get an accurate shape, we're going to cut off that little tab so we don't need it anymore. And then makes more sense, yeah. like more of like a plexiglass. It's not like glass. It's just see-through. Acrylic. Cutting a small sliver so that way this is now straight. Because it'll look better if it's straight up against the acrylic. Because the acrylic is straight. You feel me? So, because technically this is at an angle, right? Here, just for consistency's sake. Right? This edge is how thick that back of the foot is. But I don't want to just kind of glue this on the back of my actual foot because then it's going to look like a little too wonky. You know what I mean? So we're going to use our creative liberties and kind of do it our own way. So we're still going to have this be in the middle, but depending on how thick I make the heel part. Oh, you know what? I have an idea.
I found you out from YouTube and started following 2 years ago not knowing what to expect, but I can say without a shadow of a doubt this community is insanely epic and extremely funny, and I just want to personally thank you, Sinder, for making me and dozens of other people laugh so much and brighten our days so much.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the cheer. So, my idea involves saran wrap and tape. I don't have duct tape, but masking tape will work. In fact, masking tape should just work by itself. Hold on. I'd have to run upstairs to get saran wrap, and I really don't want to do that right now. So, let's just see. Okay. I think that'll work. All right, so normally you want plastic wrap to protect the shoe. But I'm going to be gluing a ton of shit to the shoe anyway. So, oh, I just totally destroyed the tape. This is how a lot of cosplayers make cosplay patterns in general. That's actually not enough. Oh my goodness, I need a bigger piece. So, if you cover a shoe, you can cover your arm, your leg in saran wrap, plastic wrap, whatever, cling film. There's so many names for it. You wrap whatever you want to make a pattern out of in that to protect the surface. And then you cover it in masking tape or duct tape. Then you can draw the pattern on top of the tape. And then when you undo the tape, you have a pattern. So,
She is thinking. I can see the fire already coming out of her ears from overthinking.
oh no, that's normal. Yo, Nikolai! Thank you for the big super! Thank you, thank you. We're still working on Nihlister shoes. We're still going hard crafting. That should be enough. Yes. Perfect. So, what I'm going to do is draw on a pattern that looks good enough. From at least the side. Yeah. Trying to think how I'm going to do this. Because technically, this is just a thin little piece. Yeah. So, maybe I can find a better reference really quick. Yeah, you want to draw it on with a Sharpie. Yes. I guess that is the best reference. Okay. So, I'm going to draw. All right, I need the reference with the actual shoe in it. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up on another window. There we go. There. All right, I have it this way in another window.
You may have already answered this, but have you already tested these shoes to make sure you're even willing to walk around in them all day as is before adding more to them?
Yes. You bet I have. I think this might be a little easier to just do this. And then we'll just make it symmetrical. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it does curve like that. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. And the most important part is drawing a center point down the middle. Okay, and then, sorry, my phone's blocking some of my tracking. It might be a little low, actually. Oh yeah, it shifted around. Okay, redoing. Okay, because I messed up, I'm just gonna do it on this side. I also want to make sure the bottom of this little spike isn't exactly touching the same spot that the shoe is on the table, because I don't want it to get crushed when I'm actually walking in these. Okay. There. Okay. Now I'm going to cut it. Very carefully. Also why I would recommend using cling film. Just because it works easier, but I love to make things a little harder for myself. Okay. We also only need half. Oh no, I lied actually. Well, okay, normally you'd only need half because we would just mirror the other side, but the curve of the back of the heel might be different. I'll just cut out both in case. Just in case. I'm going to add some more tape to help hold this together because we don't have the saran wrap. Be my ride or die. Oh, something else that's really important that you might want to do if you are working on a pattern like this is to create registration marks. Anytime you have a seam, so like on the back of the heel, if you're making, like there's a seam right here down the front of the shoe. If you're making like a whole piece of armor on the shoe, you want to draw marks going the opposite direction of your line. So if you have your line going this way, you want to draw marks going across this way. And that way, when you re-line up your pattern pieces to each other, you can line up those lines so you know exactly where the pieces connect. And that is really, really helpful, especially for foam, because foam is stretchy. Well, not stretchy, but it can bend easily. And so lining it up like that is really, really useful. So in my case, my registration marks go like that. You see them? Okay. So now we peel. It's easier for this to keep its structure if you do use the plastic wrap. But now we technically have a copy of the back of our heel exactly. So now we can more accurately cut out this pattern, trace it onto foam, and it will be exactly the same. Sometimes it can be a little finicky because there are curves and stuff to it. And you might still need to modify it a little bit to take into consideration how thick your foam is. Yep. Archfox, thank you for 5 months. Epic Luna, thank you for the resub. Lightfire, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you for 7 months. Alter, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Almost. This would be easier if it wasn't a little asymmetrical, because then we could just mirror it. But because it's like 2 different curves of the foot, I'm going to do them as if they are 2 different designs. Okay. Then leash. So technically the same design on both sides with the little doo-doo-doo. Then all we need to do is cut down our middle seam. And then when it gets flattened out, you can kind of see it has a bit of a curve to it. And we want that curve. So I'm actually going to trace this onto my paper first, just to get a more rigid pattern. But the fact that the tape is still sticky is good because we can just stick this right to the paper. If you want to get it super conformed to the shape, you can cut a dart in your pattern. But I don't think we need that. Because we can always heat up the foam and shape it into a curve anyway. Bum, 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 bum. Can also kind of correct some of the, the shapes now that we have something a little more sturdy to cut. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. These aren't super even, but that's okay because I can cut them to be even. Okay, those line up. We'll cut this. And then it's just a matter of them not exactly lining up down the true center, but that's okay because inside. The inside curve is a little bit bigger on the shoe than the outside and the inside are a little different. So then, yeah, these go like this. So if we were to realign these up on the shoe where they need to go, because we cut that curve in them, it will match the same curve as the back of the shoe. Let me tape them. Holy, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ricky, thank you for 8 months. Dr. Phoebes, thank you for 5 months. Kirito Solo, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, there. Yeah, this is just what I'm going to use as kind of like a base armory piece. To attach the actual heel to. Yeah, there we go. That looks correct. So this looks like that from the side, which is the same as this. There. You gonna see how it's like curved to the back of the heel? So now we can actually build this up to have more of a rigid shape like this. Because at least from the side, it's giving this profile. But then we can extend this shape backward and glue more foam on top of it, so that way the heel still has a ton of surface area for the glue to stick to when we glue this piece on, but it's going to look different from the outside. And then we can take the actual heel part and just attach it to where it needs to attach. Like that. So, there's your pattern pieces. We don't need these. We don't need the tape. All right, so now, also because these pattern pieces are such an odd shape, I'm marking which way is up. I feel like these could use another tiny little cut to round them out a little, just so that way they attach a little more smoothly to each other. You can always adjust it later. All right, all right. Now, I think this piece might actually benefit from like assembling everything at the same time. And what I mean by that is like when I glue together these out of foam, I think it'll be easier for me to see the foam pieces actually glued together first before I tackle these. But in the meantime, we can still at least cut this out. Tips for staying focused. I think picking a character that really motivates you is really important for staying on track and staying inspired and motivated to actually work on it. Also gonna cut this like that to kind of compensate for the angle that the pattern is created at. Actually, let me keep these taped together, because I think that'll help me visualize better. Oh, and silly me forgot to trace the registration marks. That's my bad. I'll have to remake them when I cut it out of foam. Okay. So then, boop. That cups like that on there. That looks good. And I'm gonna have to make this in a way that it's gonna be difficult to make it like thin. It's gonna have to taper pretty early. So what I'm gonna have to do when it comes to this piece is probably cut this at a round angle and glue it on like that. You kind of see where I'm coming from? I'll have to trace it. On the back like this. Maybe it's because it's not curved. No, I think it's still the same. Yeah, that's straight. Okay. We're good. So, I'm going to take a tiny piece of the paper. This is where things are getting a little complicated. Okay. Then let me see. I'm also going to trace this just for a reference point.
Wafer, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ganyu, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gio, thank you for 13 months. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just like super like focused right now. Okay. Boom. Like that. Damn, these beats go hard. We are jamming today. Holy. You know, when pieces get a little more complex, I lock in hard. Okay. So. Some more tape. If this is attached like so, and this, okay, it's not quite the right curve because this curves a little bit more when it's actually on the shoe. But when I'm like trying to build here is an extra piece that creates this silhouette. And of course this is going to be glued down. Like that. So that's going to be an extra piece on top of that. It's not going to be this thin. It's going to be thicker. It's going to cover a good chunk of this. But that is something I will have to cut out of lots of foam. And then I'm going to have a little spot for the actual blade portion to sit on the side. And so it's kind of going to start from the side and then taper to a point at the bottom. So it's going to start out wider like this and then taper down. And for that, we're going to need another 3-dimensional paper pattern. But this is essentially this edge of the pattern here, because the rest of the shoe pattern takes up the bulk from here. And it's going to be bulkier when it's out of foam and not just the paper. The paper is just to kind of get the pattern for the curves, to make sure the curves are correct. And then everything else is going to fall into place, hopefully. Hopefully fall into place. We're just trying to get the angles right first. Thank you! Yeah, we officially hit 300k today! That's freaking awesome. Quantum, thank you for the 16 months! Thank you! Thank you, thank you! Okay. Yeah, it is a lot of work, but it is super rewarding at the end of it. So... for this, what I'm gonna do okay. So I'm actually gonna cut up this paper pattern here. I can do this. I'm gonna cut up the white paper pattern. So I'm gonna make a new one of the whole thing out of the cardstock. That way I don't lose the original shape and size when I cut up the printed pattern. There. So now I'm gonna try to make an origami, which is easier said than done. I'm just gonna separate that. And I'm also gonna flip this back around, just so I am seeing the right angles. All right, so this. Wait. No, this was right. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I want this to be the side. Okay. I want a lot of extra room here because I'm going to be folding this. Okay, so this is the very center back. Which means, oh, I want to flip this around and line these up. At least I hope this works. Okay. So then to get that angle, we kind of want this
What are
pointing
we
that
making?
way. We're making the heel. The heel of her shoe. Because if this is what it looks like, if we're looking at it straight on, we want this piece to bend like this. If that makes sense. Which means it actually needs to be longer. So if we cut this part off too, all right. So we extend it a little bit. So it doesn't have to actually bend that far. But I do think that the angle is going to be off, so this is just our little test. And then the last piece is kind of just going to be like this. I think we want it to be symmetrical. Kind of like that. No, because we don't want it that open. We want it to come in sharper. But then the angle's not going to be right. I need to make this narrower. Like this. Okay. It's messy, but trust me. Trust the process. I'm doing something. Just a quick little prototype. Okay. This is all going to end up separate pieces of foam, but I at least want to see if the angles work in 3 dimensions. Okay. And then we're cutting this here. Okay. Moment of truth. We fold our pieces like an origami. Okay. Wait, that's gonna freaking work! Wait, that's gonna work! It's a little jank at the middle section because I didn't really know what shape it should be. Oh my god, wait, I am so... I am so good! I don't even know how good I am. I don't even realize it. Holy shit. Stop. Galaxy brain. I know I haven't like really been saying much because the heel is a really, really complicated shape. And I've just kind of been focusing on how I plan to put it together. But thank you for putting up with my non-verbal crafting brain. So, I'm thinking maybe these angles go in more. Just adjust it a little bit, but yeah, these foam pieces are gonna have to kind of expand a little, but you can kind of see the vision. These are actually probably going to have to angle outwards. They're not going to be able to angle in because of the thickness of the heel. So if they angle out, we can at least still keep that angle. Might look a little, yeah, it looks a little weird though, to have them angle that way. We'll probably just need to thicken this part a little bit. Yeah. I think it's giving. It's still giving. Because look. Right, with the angle being here. It's kind of giving. Maybe this needs to be narrow, like if this is... If this is cut... a little more. Yeah, more like that. If this is narrower, then these will come together a little more. And there will be a flat piece on the bottom. So I'll at least be able to control how, you know, narrow or wide it actually is. Okay, this is a really good, like, first pattern. For a rough template, not bad. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for this one. Alright. Let me move these out of the way. Maybe I do know the way. Maybe I'm cooking. Gizmo Team, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Royal Neil, thank you for the tier 2 resub. Thank you. Victorious, thank you for 3 months. Bloodhound, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so let me hide this. Boink. We got start to geometric heel. What the heel is attaching to. Toes. Right? Ankle. Ankle armors. And a plan to shorten the top of the boot. Most of which, unfortunately, needs to be done off camera because of the limitations I have with my current workspace. But, you know what? This is pretty good. Pretty good progress. And then I can go to Mom and Papa's house and assemble some of the stuff. And it'll look so good. So good. So good. So good. So good. Yeah, hella solid progress today. What heels are those? Those are the heels for Nihlister from Nikkei, because I am working on a cosplay project of her. For her? Of her. Cosplay of her. Yeah. Have to make 2 of these. Yeah. 1 for each foot. Exactly. And the foam that we did end up cutting out, we did cut out 2 copies of each. 1 for each side of each foot. Yeah, it will be a process that takes some time, but I'm buckled up, ready to rock and roll, ready to face the demons. And I've tackled projects of similar complexity in the past, so I'm pretty confident in my abilities of absolutely turning this one out. But because all of my conventions are done for the year and won't be starting up till like mid next year probably, I'm really gonna crack down on Nihlister progress. So pretty much all my free time will go towards working on her. I'm gonna spend much more time at Mama and Papa Wolf's house to do more of the gluing and sanding, and that way hopefully every week, depending on when I schedule my crafting streams, hopefully I will be able to show you guys the glue progress and the sanding progress, so then we can move on to the next couple steps. Yeah. And maybe I'm probably never really going to find a solution for the dremeling unless I can really find an effective way of capturing the dust. But there might be a way of me circulating air throughout this room through the windows that are in here to at least glue. But it'll have to be something that I test and make sure that I'm not breathing in very bad things for me. Because I have actually glued with contact cement on crafting streams before. But it's very bad for me to do that because it's a very strong smell that doesn't go away very easily in a basement because there's no ventilation. But it is something that I want to at least try to hopefully figure out a plan for in the future. But we will see. We'll see. This is a lot of fun. And it's something that I really enjoy. Mini dust hood? Yeah, I actually have a little dremeling box that catches some of the dust. It doesn't have like a top on it. It's just like the bottom and then 3 sides, and it's open in the front and the top. But maybe I can find a way to have like a transparent cover so you can at least see on the inside. We'll see. We'll see. But thank you guys so much for hanging out, watching me craft.